We are live. Bjorn, Zazel, how are you? How are you, gentlemen? Check out this cool cup that the missus made with pictures of the Cubs. Look at that good-looking family right there. Ooh, I guess I should put it over here. Hello, Zazel's Clubhouse. He has already hit that like button. That's right. I don't know if I waited for the countdown, but sound off in the chat. Give me a 5x5. Give me a 5x5, whoever is in there. Rolando! Hey, we're having some cocktails. So we have we have this lovely cup of coffee with some Glenlivet 14 in it. And a bit of this amaretto, which this is not my favorite. Look at that handsome devil. How do you like that? You're a man of taste. The link should be in the chat. I also posted it in the Instagram MLA and Rebels. So feel free to hop on. We're just chatting. I have no plan. I have almost a full pot of coffee. I got half a bottle of scotch, which I should have made this on the thing, but we'll have another one. We have an emergency weather alert coming up on my phone. Cheers. Bjorn, Shamblock, my friend. Rolando, I hope you're doing well. Let's have a shot to Rolando's toe that is missing in action. Fucking smooth. Selectively finished in cognac casks to give a rich and intense flavor. I like that. Whoop. Oh, what's going on, Bill? Good to see you, young man. Gilster! What's going on? The link is in the chat. It should be. How's everyone? We're pretty good. Have a little bit of a water back here. We're just drinking and driving this live. Oh, Gilster! And of course everyone else. Here, I got that Ice War comic. I'm very excited about this. Now, Gilster's the only one who has actually seen like the wooden displays that I'm doing. But so I'm doing comic book because I haven't quite finished. Yeah, come on. It should be in the chat. If it's not, let me know. I'll put it back in there. I've never done this, so if I can, we will figure her out together. But yeah, so we got this Ice War comic. How cool is that? Yeah, fire it up. Okay, so we're doing displays we're recreating comic book covers with, okay, so look at this. Shirtless Wolverine. And I do realize that this is a bear, so you're going to have to just fucking bear with me on that one. But check this out. Boom! Look at that. Huh? So we got Nick Fury, and I know this is a wolf. I will not hear any shit on that order. There's not very many figures that have a bear headdress like that. When I find one, I'll do it. But look at that. Bam. Let's see. Look at that. So we got Wolverine here and Nick Fury. It's bearable. It's bearable. Mr. Muzza. How are you, sir? I am using the free whatchamacallit. So I guess people aren't fighting over to get in here, but if that does happen, we are limited to 6. The link should be in the chat. Let me know if it's not. Muzza to you, my friend. And really a shot to everybody. A shot for everybody. I can't have a shot for everybody, or this won't fucking last that long. Woo! Woo! And a water back. Because why not? we're also sipping on some. We're also sipping on some coffee with said booze in it, and a wee touch of the creature. This amaretto, which is I've always been. This is my favorite flavor ice cream, which is hard to find. So yeah, hop on in, Muzza, Zazel, anybody. I just got to work, so I'll be listening and lurking. If you're lurking, you're jerking or working, and we're cool with that. It's lovely to see you, my friend. It's lovely to see you, Muzza. Try not to hurt anybody, okay? Unless they really ask for it. Unless they really ask for it. I'm very excited about this. I had this sitting here, and then I have that. Oh yeah, boo. Hey, what's going on, Brett? Yeah, this is the only brand of amaretto I could find. There's obviously much better ones, but whatever. It's pretty good. Does anyone remember? Hop on if you'd like, Brett. By all means, the link should be in the chat and various other places. It's like a scavenger hunt. Remember when you used to get the little? I'm sure you can still do it, but you remember you used to go to the restaurants and they have the little creamers, and the little cups that you peel the top off that you can never peel off. And the blue one was French vanilla. The green one was Irish cream. Captain Spalding. Hello, my friend. Captain. Permission granted, young man. Permission granted, as always. As always. Making eggs for Grandpa. Tell Grandpa we all say hello. Hello. And let's have a shot for Captain. And let's have a shot for Grandpa. How about that? But we're gonna take one. We're gonna take one. One shot for. We're splitting this shot. Yowzer. So if Lak just passes out, it's good to be seen, Captain, and it's good to see you. It is good to see you, sir. Hold on. I got something going on here. Bam! Sorry, I didn't know what I was doing here. Bam!
What up, bitches?
What's happening?
Yeah! The Mustache Crew.
What's up, Bill? What's up, Lak?
What's going on?
What's happening? What's happening?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. 5x5.
All right.
What you guys do?
Watching YouTube, watching you, man.
Man, the community's been a little lax lately.
What up, what up, what up, what up?
Yeah. Man, we're some good looking. We should be like I would say a tag team, but one of y'all have to be the manager.
I look like hell because I got off work and I haven't done shit except sit in the living room and relax.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. You can be the manager. That way you don't have to take too many bumps.
I don't need to take any bumps.
Might need to take some bumps though, you know what I'm saying? Oh, hey. This is a family-friendly. No, I'm kidding. It's obviously fucking not.
No, it's not.
It's not.
That's like my show's not family-friendly.
It used to be a little bit more family-friendly, but every day it pushes the line a little bit further and a little bit further.
It do.
Push, push, push.
That's right. Well, you've been doing good. I didn't see you this weekend, Bill.
No, Jonesor went on vacation and I did too. I did put out a video on Sunday. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Was it the
I don't give a damn. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think I did. Yeah.
I've seen it.
That's cool.
I'm trying to pin something without. Gosh, how do you do that?
Are you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm doing it old school.
Oh, that's hard, man. It's
Yeah.
hard to do
And
StreamYard
then
on the phone.
I guess I should have had the camera the other way so the buttons weren't right in front of my camera. Darth Wizzy Wiz, the most dangerous man in Canada. Nice to see you, sir. Look at all those porn
Those
stashes.
porn stashes.
That's right. That is definitely Gilster. It is.
Yeah.
It's looking good. The stash is great.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm impressed.
It's
And it changes all the time. Me and Bill's gets to a point, and it's just that's where it kind of stays.
Mine,
this is
yeah.
the longest I've ever had a mustache.
When mine starts going down into my mouth,
Yeah,
and that's when
Yeah, I
it's
hate
time.
that.
yeah, that's about all mine does, and I get the trimmy trim. But yeah, the stash.
Yeah.
Heck
I'm gonna
yeah.
turn my phone on. So you read the chat.
Oh yeah. Well, if I missed anything in the chat, we have no plans. We're just bullshitting.
Yeah.
I have no. I did want to show you that comic though, Gilster.
Yeah. Awesome.
Very cool, huh?
It's good to see you there, Gilster. I haven't ever met you in person, man.
I didn't either, man. So nice to see you.
Oh no shit!
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
know.
I've only ever seen Gilster in my chats.
Hey, you've only seen my mask on my logo.
Gilster is definitely one of the backbones of the community. He is
I
everywhere.
try.
He is
Definitely.
everywhere. He's like Rolando. He's everywhere, but he's a Mandalorian, so he kind of sometimes he won't say nothing.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
think,
because I'm
sometimes
busy
you think
doing
he's not
something.
there.
I'm busy doing something at the same time. I'm in the chat, also while I'm drawing or creating or doing something on the side. So, yeah. So
Holy
that's the
smokes!
reason why.
Can
Look at
anybody
that.
get in? If you don't have a mustache, are you allowed in?
Yes, you're allowed in, but only
Hey,
if you're
yay!
Roman.
Celebration!
Look who it is right over there. My best
How
friend.
do I get out of this chicken shit outfit?
You hit escape. Hit escape.
We're good to see you. Good to see
Good to
you.
be seen,
Boys
brother.
are here. The boys are here. All the boys. How we doing?
Yeah,
How's Gary? Gary, how are you doing?
yeah. How's
I'm
Gary?
doing well. I'm gonna try to go back to work tomorrow. That's why I've put up so many videos the last few days because I'm just sitting around the house not doing anything. But I changed my medication and I'm gonna give it a go here and see. It wasn't a heart attack. It was something. I had a little AFib going on, but I'm okay. Thank you for asking, and I just want to make an appearance. And yeah, cheers. I can't have anything as strong as that, but here's a
Well,
Diet Dr Pepper.
Gary's one tough mofo, that's for sure.
He is.
That's
You
right.
Mr. Rum. Good to see you, Rum. How's Bob?
Good to see you, brother Lark. Good to see you, Bill.
Rum,
Good to see you, Gilly.
congrats on your trivia victory, Rum.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm a well-traveled monkey lizard. Let's just put it that way. You know.
Yeah. You know a little about a lot. That's what I'll say.
That's right. Brother Lark, good to see you.
It's good to be seen, young man. I hope you're doing well.
How's the family?
Oh, they're pretty good.
Good.
They're
Not
good as expected.
good to see brother Bill as well.
Hey, Rom, how's it going?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
And the
And
elusive
Gilly's
Gilster.
in. Yeah, Gil's
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing? How you doing?
Right.
All the boys are
Who
here.
did pretty good on Stu's movie chat. Did you win once or twice?
I've got 100% record, like
I
I'm
know you
unbeatable.
do. Yeah.
You know?
Gilster was
Yeah,
in it there for a little bit, but then he fucking choked.
Yeah. It's all right.
Yeah.
I thought I knew everything, but I don't.
It's hard under the lights. I'm telling you, under the hot studio lights, it's a different story than sitting at home, isn't it? It really is. Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do as well as I could have when I played a few weeks back. Yeah, it was whatever. It is what it is.
Well, Georgie's questions are not easy at times.
Yeah.
Blindside you.
Let's all say hello to Leola.
Oh, hello.
Leola.
Hello.
They are from David's World Toys, who is.
Black, was there a topic tonight, or you just went live just for kicks and
No,
giggles?
we're not. There is no nothing. Muzza!
Oh wow! Look at this. Full
There it
house.
is.
Look
From
at this.
across the world.
The Dark Lord of the model. The Dark Lord of the model kit and the
Just like that, he's gone.
one of the founding members of the SRA is Darth Muzza.
Yeah.
That's right. The sexually repressed Australians.
All right, cool.
Hey, Rum, did you order the Lego Jaws kit by chance?
I haven't seen that over here yet, to be honest.
Okay,
It does
I
look
did
good.
order it, and it's supposed to show up tomorrow. I got the shipping notification. I can never build that thing. I don't have the space for it, but I don't think I have the patience or the. Hey, what happened to me? Oh, where'd I go?
No, you're there. We
Well,
lost.
build that.
I only see half of me, on the screen. But anyway, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'd like to
It looks like
get
a
on there
great
with some
set.
folks maybe and build it, with some assistance, but we'll see.
I did think of you during the quiz because there was a question about which U.S. ship did
The USS Indianapolis.
Yeah, that was an easy one, but
It was an easy one. Yeah.
But what a great story that was, hey Gary! What an amazing story in the film. It's like a film.
1100 men went into the water. 316 came out. June the 25th, 1955.
Incredible.
Anyway, we delivered the bomb.
Gary was telling me about the book.
Quint, the Book of Quint.
Yeah, that is the backstory of Quint, right?
Yeah, it's the whole backstory of how him on the Indianapolis, leading right up to when he moves to Amity and buys the Orca, and leading right up to Jaws, basically. Yeah, it's like the whole backstory. It's excellent. Called The Book of Quint. Get it on Amazon.
Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah,
and a great performance by a fine English thespian, eh? What a great
Shaw, absolutely.
Great man.
Yeah, one of my favorites.
Great man.
He didn't live to see the movie's release. Do you know that?
Say that again?
He didn't live to see the success of the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No.
No.
That was the first summer blockbuster. First movie to make $100 million.
Terrible.
Yeah. I'll stop. I could talk about Jaws all day.
No, I know you could. The first one was filmed in a different location than the second one, correct?
What's that?
Was the first film filmed in a different location than the second one?
Yeah, well, no, the second one they went back out to Martha's Vineyard again. They did. They shot some of it in Florida. Some of the skiing scene at the beginning with the girls in the
yeah.
What do you call it? Yeah, they filmed that stuff in Florida, but it was mostly in Martha's Vineyard again. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that the part of Florida is that what they filmed at least whatever small parts is quite near me. I'm not sure. I've never.
Yeah.
But I've heard that from the local.
Making the trek to Martha's Vineyard next year is the 50th anniversary of Jaws, so they're doing a big, big to do. So that might be worth taking a trip. I don't think you'll be able to get a hotel room for less than $1,000 a night or a bed and breakfast, but because there's not that many hotels in that area. But we're gonna look into it.
Well, there's got to be somebody we know you can just room with, huh?
Yeah, Dean's about 3 hours away.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I've asked. Trust me. Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah,
that's not too far for us Americans.
That's right. We've trekked a lot farther, right?
Beautiful Americans.
Yeah, that's right.
How come the mayor kept his job anyway?
That's a good question. That's a good question. The book's totally different than in the book. There's a whole political, almost a mafia type thing, and the mayor's like on the payroll, and there's a whole big, Hooper has an affair with Brody's wife in the book. It's a lot different. Yeah, it's a lot different.
Holy.
Yeah,
I read the book. The book is totally different. You're right. I like the book better, actually.
Did you? Yeah, it's got some things that are cool, but I gotta. That's my favorite film, so I can't. I will not blaspheme in here.
So. Hello, sweet hen.
Oh, hey,
hello, hen. Hello, hen.
Every time I see hen, it makes me strut a little bit.
We will remember just to call you hen.
Unknown 42 says I live right up the street from where they filmed Monster.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
So there you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So when that 50th anniversary comes out, we'll all go stay at Unknown 42's.
Another thing, what's the first Jumanji, the original Jumanji? A bunch of it was filmed in my old hometown of Keene, New Hampshire. Like a lot of the downtown stuff. Yeah, I lived there in New Hampshire as a kid. Yeah.
The only few films, locations that I know is when I was real young, I lived in Colorado, and I went to where they True Grit, the original True Grit was.
Oh, nice.
Or at least the shootout in that big field at the end.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With the bridle in his mouth and just go.
Yeah. And then there was a few other. Do y'all remember that film Tall Tale?
Oh,
Like from the 90s? I think it was Disney. And it had
Tale.
Patrick Swayze as Pecos Bill.
Why don't I remember that? No.
I think it was, I mean, it was pretty big, at least with my group of friends when it came out. But there's a famous lake way up in the mountains of Colorado that we used to hike when I was a kid, when I used to live there all the time. And my mom also, only other place I ever remember was Mork's house. That was like in
Oh
downtown Denver,
wow.
right? And we lived way
Nanu.
up on Sugarloaf Mountain. But my mom would drive me by and she'd say, "Look, there's Mork's house," and it was that house at the beginning where they showed it.
Yeah.
Before they don't do any intros like
Awesome.
that where they show the house and then you go inside of it.
Right. That dolly
old-
shot or whatever. Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, Mama's calling.
oh.
Uh-oh.
Brett
What's
will be right
Monster? Is that Charlize Theron? Is that what they're talking
Yeah,
about? Monster?
yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Great, yeah.
Hey guys, I lived in Malvern, Arkansas. You know what that is? Sling Blade.
Oh, really?
You know, Carl.
Mm,
Brisket, yeah. I lived in that town for like a month or two.
Something in French.
Is that a true story based on you, Gilster?
That's a great movie.
I like
No
Christian.
comment.
I like Christian Slater in he's Arkansas Dave
Heathers?
Rudabaugh. Arkansas, the name's
Arkansas Dave Rudabaugh.
Yeah.
Just so-
Young Guns
Young
2.
Guns 2. Young Guns
Yeah.
2.
Let's answer Bjorn's question here. So I know Bjorn would know Bill, and I know Bjorn would know Gilster next to me. And then this lovely bald-headed Yul Brynner lookalike on the end is Gary's Grails. Definitely go subscribe. And then this is the famous. I've had it. And then the famous Salacious Rum.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
Hello,
sure.
Bjorn. Welcome.
Yeah. And if I was more apt to things, I would be posting people's links and all that kind of stuff. But
Right.
As you can see, I put my name up here, Bjorn, so you know who I was.
There you go. Yeah, Bjorn, this is Bill. He's from the Weird Fantastic. Bill, I keep missing your Sunday show, which is,
Well, I didn't do one this past Sunday because, like I said, I've taken the next 2 weeks off unless I do something just on the fly.
Yeah.
But, Joneser's on vacation and I need to clean the room and I haven't done shit. And the only thing I did do was clean the air conditioner and make the house cool again. But,
Nice.
I need to get in here and get all this junk put somewhere else where you can see what's behind it because that's where my displays are. Nobody can see my shit because all this crap's all in.
I always feel better about my own situation when other collectors show me theirs.
Yeah, there you go. I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
I appreciate it. There's a few others, where like they show around them and there's like a trail, and I go, oh, good. At least I'm doing better than that.
Well, it's almost that bad over there in the other room where all the boxes are. Actually, I at the beginning of the year, I did a big cleanup and I almost had it looking decent in there. And I took a lot of that stuff and put it in plastic containers so I could take it out for storage. But then more came to take its place. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Got a problem.
Hey,
I don't have a problem, dude. I don't have a problem at all. I don't have a problem. No problems here, dude. I did the top 10 pitfalls of collecting on a Sunday show the other day, and I was guilty of all 10 of that shit.
Oh yeah, I like that was a good one. Yeah.
I was one, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
I was guilty of some too. Go ahead, Rum. Sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to ask. Is Bjork Swedish? Bjork. Is he from Sweden?
Bjorn, no, he's not. He's actually from the United States, in the very, very middle of it, just about.
Though he may very well have. Bjorn Jorgensen does sound like he comes from that. His ancestors probably
yeah,
do.
definitely.
Yeah.
I've spent quite a bit of time in Sweden. So hey, yeah.
Prison.
Well, as you probably know, because I'm partial to a good to a nice sauna.
No prison can hold Rum.
Yeah.
I like getting naked and getting. I like a good
Swedish
sauna.
prison's probably a cakewalk compared to the Turkish prison.
Oh yeah.
I think in Sweden you can check yourself out and go see your family for the weekend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's like living in an apartment building. It's just that you can't leave whenever you want to.
Yeah, the special lady friends over there is something else, I tell you. Woohoo!
Mhm.
Oh, you narrowed it down there, Gilster. I'm the guy with the mustache.
I'm the
Okay,
guy with
well,
the mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so you got it down to
Well,
three
you have a
there.
beard, so
Bjorn isn't my real name.
What the
What?
hell? God damn it.
Let's just pretend that it
I
is.
wasn't going to out you, Bjorn. I almost started to, but I'm not going. I wasn't going to dox you or anything.
Trickery.
That really hurts my soul.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Black Sivrak's not my real name either.
What?
Yeah.
Ah,
Shock.
What a shocker. Anyway, it's definitely good to see you, gentlemen. It's a pleasure. Yeah, I was saying, Bill, I know that you didn't do one this Sunday, but the last few Sundays I've been missing them, and that's one of my favorites because it's very action figure oriented. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah, I try to keep the Sunday show into a toy show, whereas the late night shows tend to be variety shows.
Yeah. Well, I love your Friday and Saturday nights. I try to bounce back between you and Kat because y'all are on at the same time, and
Yeah.
because it is hard to catch everyone. You know.
Well, you can't catch everyone, and nobody expects anybody
Not
to,
enough time
especially if
to-
you're a content creator.
Yeah. And Rum, he starts at 5 a.m. my time, and sometimes, I'll catch the last 30 minutes of his, whatever it might be, model building or Lego studs or whatever. But that's like 5 a.m. my time. And
I like that backdrop, Rum.
Ooh.
yeah, just reminding everyone that we have strict rules. Like we don't allow anyone just to go and visit Cat's Lady Cave. We have a strict vetting process. So me and Rolando are keepers of the Lady Cave. Rolando and I have this privilege.
yeah,
So,
it should be.
I was put in the brother friend zone very quick. So I, as an honorary brother of Cats, I believe I'm also in the keeper of the Lady Cave area.
yeah. You're in the doghouse with us, aren't you? You're in the
No,
doghouse.
I don't think I've been in the doghouse.
I thought you were in there. Are you not in there?
No. Contrary to popular belief, I do know when to, tone it down.
Oh, I was in there the other day, and there was a distinct whiff of chewing tobacco. I was like, "Brother Lak's been in there, hasn't he?"
No, yeah, that could have been me.
It's possible.
That wonderful whiff of Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Copenhagen.
There it is.
Snow.
Here it is. Where's the
Man.
black
Oh
coffee?
yeah.
Go Danish, as they say. Go
Yeah.
Danish.
Yeah, I don't know. It's satisfied since 1822. So how could you go wrong?
Can't.
You know.
Can't. It's a nice track
Can't
record.
go wrong.
Thank you to Rolando for posting the
Yeah.
links. I think we should have another shot to Rolando's toe.
Yeah, he's a machine, that boy, isn't he?
I'm pretty
He
sure there's
is.
more than one of them.
The Space Bandito.
I think he does that with his phone too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how he does that. I can't. I'm a Gen Xer. This thing here.
I have seen Rolando, but I'm pretty sure that he is like one of them Tesla bots.
Yeah, there you go.
Just the
I
most
do miss your
advanced one.
toy hunts, Rolando.
I used to post them on the Instagram, but I think Instagram got to where they didn't like him anymore. What's up with Instagram? Instagram's getting crazy these days.
Instagram is getting quite strange. Did y'all see my post?
I
Somebody
saw
did.
that.
It's gonna
I
Yeah,
can't
what's
remember
up
what
with
the
that?
reel was, but it was somebody immediately attacked the person, and my comment was literally, "Well, what would be your suggestion for them to do?" And Instagram was like, "You son of a bitch! You can't
Hey,
talk like that
you're
on here.
it.
You fucking piece of shit." And I said, "Holy smoke! It seems like if you ask questions that make sense, that would make people think about stuff." They're on that. They're like, oh, we can't have reason. Like I don't necessarily try to give opinions. I ask questions to make people think. And like that's how you truly.
Oh, we can't have none of that shit.
Whoa, open. Yeah.
Can't have that.
No more.
Wait a minute now.
That may be the one alien I might not fuck.
Yeah, you gotta be
The only
careful. Everyone needs a xenomorph, but yeah, you don't want to have special relations with them.
I mean, I don't know.
Maybe a face hugger,
Yeah.
but not a xeno.
Speaking of that, you guys, I bought tickets already to Alien Romulus for next Thursday night at 4.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Looking forward
Hell
to that.
Yeah.
I may not be as excited about that as everyone else.
Well, I am.
I'm wondering
I
if
know
my
all the
daughter is.
spoilers.
She's a big Alien fan.
You're a fan of the first film. You're gonna love this one. I know.
That's what I'm told. Yeah.
I wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't a fan of the. I don't know what my deal was.
What?
Yeah, I mean, you know, give me a break. I'm a bit strange when it comes to films, and you know,
you surprised me.
If it was made between 1949 and 1969, I'm there pretty much. I'm there, bro. That goes with films, music, just about anything.
Well, you surprised me.
I wane off on that. I couldn't. I don't say I don't like it. I just.
Sigourney Weaver wears little white panties.
Oh well, see now I feel like I should at least watch it because I do like Sigourney Weaver.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In Ghostbusters, she was pretty hot, but you know who was hotter than her in Ghostbusters was
Gozer the Gazarian.
Holy smokes! Are you with me on that one, Ro?
Yeah.
Gozer was hot.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Smokes.
Are you a god?
Aim for the flat top. Yeah. No,
in
Gozer
the last
was,
movie with the kids, when they had Gozer back again, it was what was that actress's name? Olivia Wilde. She was Gozer in the remake. Yeah.
Oh, in the remake.
Yeah. She's easy.
I've definitely looked up the original actress. I can't remember her name. I believe it's very foreign.
Yeah, so Petrescu. I think she's Romanian. I think.
Yeah, she's something. She's Czech or Romanian or something.
She sure is.
And time has not been good to her.
Oh.
Yeah. Time.
Wow.
And she still kind of has the same haircut. She obviously did not get that haircut for the film. You know. Hey, Bjorn, tell Grandpa we said hello.
Gonna run into town.
We'll be here. I have no plan. The Cubs are with their MOM. One who shall not. And then the missus, who picked out this lovely ring for me, she's at work. So.
Hey, oh no, not Blobby.
Hey Blobby.
I'd rather have the xenomorph.
I feel like Blobby has some real soft skin.
Oh yes, he moisturizes heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And definitely, Blobby would definitely be like a 3-bagger. One for you, one for Blobby, and one for whoever might walk in and see it, though.
Yikes.
You know.
He's making a comeback. Blobby's making a comeback.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I think that's partly down to the army because we got his name.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I think he's got what is his name? Poppin' Fresh as his side piece.
Oh, really? I don't feel like Blobby's making a comeback in America, though. To have a comeback, you'd have to be here, the first time. And I don't think that was a thing here.
Well,
no.
As far as I know. But I know Blobby did do when WWF would go over to your country. I know Blobby because I've seen some footage of Blobby showing up at international wrestling.
Blobby didn't make the British invasion then. He didn't make it.
No, he didn't make it.
No,
he didn't
make it. He didn't make it.
And then so there was an original Blobby, and then he decided I'm not going to be Blobby, and his manager bought the suit. So there was all the later Blobbies are actually a different guy. It's the original Blobby's manager. That I did just learn.
That's funny. What's that tag? Was that just a price tag he's wearing there, Rum?
Barcode.
It's like his jewels. It's like
in front of his twig and berries there.
His twig and berries.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
Chip off the old block.
Oh, that's John. That's John.
I have a monkey lizard I need to register.
Yeah, you got to register. This is John the monkey lizard.
John.
Yeah, he's a miserable bastard.
He looks miserable.
Yeah, he never smiles. Was
he born on Coac? Is he born and raised, or was he
born?
Oh,
yeah. He's born, yeah.
Oh.
He don't say much. He's a bit quiet.
Yeah.
He'll give you the evils, so don't look straight at him.
He's looking right straight through me.
Yeah,
he He looks kind of angry there.
He's very angry, Bill. Very angry. He's miserable. He's a right grumpy bugger.
He just doesn't have the right friends. That's all. You gotta. We could loosen him up. And when I come visit Rum, it's gonna be
danger zone.
It's gonna be like Indians fuck.
Intense. Lock your doors up. Lock your doors up, especially if they're Scottish, because we're bringing back prima noctua, aren't we, Lak?
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
There are two sorts of people in the world: aliens fans and aliens fans. I did go to Disney World years ago, and it was right when that aliens ride opened.
Mm-hmm.
And it was also around the same, that's the only reason I'm saying that is because it's the, it kind of marks the year, and it was literally like the week. What's that?
Was that the Men in Black ride where you rode through with the gun and then aliens popped up?
No, that wasn't a thing yet. It was the actual aliens film from Aliens ride where you sit in the thing and it pushes down on you. I remember that. And then I was there like the first week of Tower of Terror.
Oh yeah.
So whatever year Tower of Terror opened, that was the one and only time I went to Disney World.
Okay.
Oh, Bigfoot. Now that is cool that you would have a Bigfoot, man. That's an obscure truck even over here. I feel like now, like I remember Bigfoot.
Yeah, it's a classic. This is a classic. The original '80s place called Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Proper Americana. This imported.
Nice.
This was imported over here. They used to do events at Wembley Stadium with Bigfoot, and yeah, you guys.
PGM's gotta go.
You guys know.
And Sonny. Long time no see, young man. Good to see you. Yeah, Bigfoot was when I was younger, I was always a big Gravedigger and Bigfoot. That was the big rivalry.
Yeah.
They were the top.
Was that orange? Was that orange? Was that orange or red?
Which one?
Gravedigger.
Oh no, Gravedigger is like black and purple.
Yeah, it was black.
Okay. He's a 1952 Chevy panel truck. He's arguably probably the most famous. I mean, I don't follow it now, but Gravedigger has to be the most famous monster truck, is he not?
I think it's Bigfoot.
No, I have to say, Rome, Bigfoot is kind of. There was an altercation between the owner of Bigfoot and Monster Jam, and he never made it to Monster Jam, I don't think.
Internationally, I think Bigfoot's the one.
Yeah, you don't know who Gravedigger is? That's crazy.
Yeah, I do, but Bigfoot comes to mind quicker, like when you think about it.
Yeah, well, he was definitely the man back in the day. I was always a fan of Unnamed and Untamed, which is now a super obscure truck. And the Carolina Crusher. Does anybody remember that truck?
No. Crusher?
No.
Man, the Carolina Crusher was always third place. It was either Bigfoot or Gravedigger. And then third was usually the Carolina Crusher, who I think was white and orange. And I don't remember what kind of truck it was, though. But if you looked up Carolina Crusher, you'd find pictures of them. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
We're out of the water back. We're out of the water.
Hey, Lak, I'm going to dip out because I got to get up at 5. So I want to get to bed extra early.
I am humbled by your presence, young man. And
stop it. You and I will be talking this weekend. I'm sure I'll give you a bell.
Great videos, too. That Spider-Man was really cool. I think I like that.
Oh, that Superior Spider? Yeah, I just lucked out. I walked up there putting it on the peg when I walked up. So that was...
Yeah, that was really cool. Make sure to subscribe to Gary's Grails. He has some amazing toy hunts.
Thanks.
And he lives in a place. If I did toy hunts, you'd see the same shit for a year and a half. So it's worthless to do them. But he lives in a place where he gets shit all the time. So it's worth doing.
So I got that going for me, which is nice.
It is nice. Well, take care of yourself, young man.
It's nice to see you well. Nice to see you well, Gary.
Love you, brother. We'll talk to you.
Thank you, Ron. All right, guys. Ciao.
Let's see. Will it do it? Ooh, laser show.
It was good to see Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Rum.
Yeah.
That is nice. I have no idea how to make big screen and stuff, so I just...
It's one of my special ladies.
Yeah, that's nice.
I'm still trying to figure out my phone here.
Did you do the new? Did you finish the? I missed you on the second run of Special Lady Friends. You were off by the time I got up, but
this is her.
Crazy. Yeah, I like it. That's all snapped together, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can't beat
I haven't put her hands on yet because she's got multiple sets of hands on. I'm looking for the best one.
Got hands? What hands?
He hasn't put them on yet, he said.
I'm mesmerized by what's in the middle there.
Yeah. Perv. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'm going to re-up my agua. They might need a cocktail.
I do.
Well, you better go get one. Bill's drinking rum and coke. Salacious is not allowed to drink because of his probation.
Rum and
I
coke.
quit drinking years ago, like you know that.
What rum are you drinking?
No, he's not drinking. He's not.
I don't drink any more rum. I quit drinking about 5 years ago.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
2 months ago.
Yeah. I was partial to a rum and coke, man.
Oh, I've had rum and coke.
Very nice.
Don't let the stream die while I'm getting booze now.
Oh.
Sonny Sundries. Hello there.
Sonny's a good German friend who's now living down under. He's in Western Australia in Perth. How are you doing, Sonny? How's the new life going? He's a bit of an inspiration for me, Sonny. He's got a second life now, like a second wind, I think, and he's packed up and moved over to Australia and started afresh. He's got a new special lady Australian friend with a new house and a new job, and he's having a second wind. So good on you, I say. Good on you.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, man.
Beautiful part of the world, Western Australia, by the sea. Great scenery, coastline, and good job opportunities. There's a lot of mining and stuff going on in Australia.
Yeah,
and he's doing it, son. He's doing it. He's a good lad. Good on you.
Yeah, he is an inspiration. How 40? What'd you say? 40?
I think he's I think late 40s, and like to pack up and move over there and start afresh.
The true cowboy spirit.
Yeah, damn right.
Do it, man. Yeah, that's great.
Do it.
Don't even worry about it. I don't get involved with YouTube drama, but I will say this: if people want me to pick between Sonny and somebody else, I'm with Sonny.
Well, he is naughty. He does get into
Yeah,
I know what you're saying. He does like to rile some feathers to Sonny. Yeah.
Oh, I love those videos. Yeah. I love those videos.
Yeah.
Somebody people I don't have problems with, but they rub me the wrong way. Like I just go, nah, not my. You feel like, the friendship wouldn't last long if I knew them personally. So. But if people wanted me to pick, don't make me pick between somebody and Sonny because
I've never. I treat everybody on face value, and like Sonny's always been a top bloke for me. So
Sonny's good people. Yeah.
Post Sonny's link in there, Rolando or somebody, so I can click on it and subscribe.
Yeah. I think. Do you still have 2 channels? The link is in the chat somewhere.
What I don't abide with is people that say, "Oh, you can't be friends with that person because I don't like them." Well,
I can't.
I'll choose my own friends. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's the most high school. Not to sound, I guess this is sexist, but I don't give a shit. But that's like the most high school girl thing to say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I mean, I know Gilster's a proper pimp daddy, but
right.
Don't you tell me not to be. I'm down with Gilly. Don't you say otherwise?
That's right.
Yeah.
I've had some issues. I've had some issues, not issues, but like, every once in a while, Lak will get his feelings hurt, because he, he just thinks, we're friends, and then all of a sudden something happens and you go, oh, I guess that person may not give a shit. And I've never told anybody not to do anything about it, but I have been guilty of like calling a friend and venting. But I would never say, hey, I don't want you going over there or whatever, because that is a kind of a bitch move.
That's a douchebag move.
Yeah, it is a bitch move. Yeah.
and I'm sure it happens to you know.
I think I got everybody subscribed.
Oh, good. Somebody told
me.
Duffman's here. Oh my gosh! Hold on, I'm super bad at this. Oh, Rolando's sorry, I'm getting my IV hooked up. Hey, you have a job. No, I'm kidding.
What gangster? What gangster? What a gangster.
Duffman. He said the other day, I can't remember what caddy it was in, but he said that the IV nurse is hot.
Great.
So good on you. Can't beat that.
Good on you. Good on you, Rodo.
For a little.
Yeah. Side benefits. Yeah.
He says, sorry, I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm sorry. No, you don't have to say, hey, being in love means you never have to say you're sorry.
Get that hooked up. Where are you hooking it up? Where are you sticking it in your bum? What you do? How are you doing it?
They always have to. Who knows?
Yeah.
Those fuckers will stick me 17 times, and then they'll call a specialist and be like, maybe we should go in the hand.
They always want my bum. They're always like, Salacious, put your pants down. We're sticking it in your bum.
I've never had an IV in the bum.
Oh, they always
maybe a coffee enema, but never an IV.
The English NHS, they always want to stick things in my bum. I tell you, all the time.
Yeah. Well,
they probably love a good probing over here.
Nothing wrong with a good
probe central.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting my IV hooked up. Oh, I just had a little shot, and I should have had it. Let's have another shot to. Let's try not to drink this whole thing.
What are you drinking?
But I'm drinking Glenlivet 14.
Oh, nice.
Single malt.
Oh, nice.
I have a cup of coffee with quite a bit in it, and I've mixed in a bit of the amaretto.
You ever had Glenmorangie?
No, I don't think I've had that.
That's the one.
Is it?
Yeah.
What is that?
They're Irish Scotch. Sorry, Irish Scotch.
Irish. What the?
Freudian. Bit of Scotch whiskey, mate. Bit of Scotch.
No, really.
Yeah.
Say the word again.
Glenmorangie.
Oh. I don't think I've tried that. For some reason, I feel like I've heard that name.
Yeah, that's the one. I tell you.
That's your favorite, huh?
That's the one.
What part of Scotland is it from?
Well, most of it's from the north of Scotland, isn't it?
Right. Well, except for the Isle, the Talisker and those places that are. There's like 4 regions. It's all in the same area, but
that's the north. Yeah, the islands, the Highlands, and the islands. Do you know I lived in the islands of Scotland for many years? Do you know that?
Really? No, I did not know that.
Oh yeah, Bob and I lived on a little island called Benbecula in the Outer Hebrides. And Bob, Bob does Scottish. He used to do it now, but Bob can do a bit of Scottish country dancing.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Outer Hebrides, beautiful place.
No, I'm trying to go below the thing. What is Duffman? He says. Rolando says, "Holy crap, Duffman!" So is there something we're missing?
Nope.
Duffman says, I have had 6 IVs at one time before, 2 in each arm, 2 in each shoulder, all with antibiotics, and then it saved my life.
Holy shit. Well, Duffman wins.
Yeah, you win today.
I don't know what you won, but our love and respect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Bloody hell.
Son of a gun.
That's crazy.
I think I've only ever had one at a time.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Unless it was a different time, I do remember when you had your sepsis problem.
That's a killer.
That is a killer.
Yeah.
Not an attractive comment to leave on. People show up and they're like, "What? What is this stream about?"
Oh, I could show your video, Lak. That would really open some eyes.
No.
Did I embarrass you with that video, Lak?
No, not really. But my body is much more attractive than the one you put my head on. So that was the only thing. It kind of went from an homage to a taking a shit on me.
I didn't mean to do that now.
No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't. But I'm much. I mean, I'm not no Lex Luger or whatever, but much more attractive than the body that you put my head on, which was Chris Farley.
It was.
Yeah, I recognize it. You could have put me on Patrick Swayze from that same skit.
But you don't look like him either.
No, but I'm much more in shape than Chris Farley ever was. Much more. Oh, look, let's see it.
Fat guy in a little coat.
That's an 18-year-old single malt right there.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. That's probably something we have to special order over
That's
here.
the schniz.
It is the schniz, huh?
Oh.
Come over
in
here.
America,
you come over here. If you come over here, we'll have a night on one of them.
Oh, we will have.
Oh yeah.
Multiple
special lady friends, nice fire.
It's on my list as soon as I get money. As soon as I have money to burn again.
Yeah.
Because flights over there are not that much. They're really not.
Yeah.
There will be, and I want to come see. I want to see you. I want to see BOE. Yeah. I want to go north and see Mark.
Yeah.
Other people that I'm just had too much to drink, but those are the big three.
Yeah.
Stop by and see Nick over at Only One Kenobi.
Only one.
Yeah, Only One. His channel has just taken off like
only one. Only one.
Only one. Yeah, good channel. Good channel. I'm about 375, 3.75. The TVC collection is not. I'm just not into it, so I don't watch him as much as I used to. But man, in his first videos, I had a channel years ago called Moose Soup, and I kind of copied the original Only One Kenobi, right? Because he did everything with his phone, and it was all by hand, and then he would say, "Only one out," and he would slam the phone down on the counter, like go into black,
Yeah.
And I just, that was years ago when he was fairly brand new. And I just thought, that's brilliant. That's, why do we don't need all this fucking laptop and all this fucking shit. Just do it. I do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have no unknown 42. I'm completely unknown to this person. And, but they're after my own heart. You are correct, Unknown 42.
Unknown 42.
Good friends, yeah. I am truly blessed, and I will never forget that.
He's a good man. He's He's brother Lak. He's a good
I appreciate.
Good man.
I appreciate that. There are plenty out there that do not like Lak, but that's
What? Never.
Yeah, but if if everybody likes you, then maybe you're a pushover. I don't know.
Well,
people have to not like you.
Oh, okay.
So it's okay. If sometimes you're just too real for people.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people.
My boss don't like me because I don't kiss his ass.
What's that?
My boss don't like me because I don't kiss his ass.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, you don't want to kiss his bum, no.
Yeah, the only ass I want to get in your man. Who's that, Bill? Talking Ammo with you. Where do I know you from? Talking Ammo with you was a blast. Son of a... Oh, were we talking on the... I think maybe we were talking about... Are you from that... What were we talking about? The 5.7 by 28 millimeter, and we were talking about velocity and... Son of a gun. Oh, okay. Tuco Ricochet, yeah. I watch a lot of... I just picked this up. We're going to try not to get banned, but... So there's a nice Glock 40 long slide 10 millimeter. Ooh! I think it's if you start pointing at weird directions, I think they shit can you. I don't know what the deal is. They and Bill knows this, and I'm sure Rum and Gilster know this, but they shit can poor Dino the Machino, and he had G.I. Joe fake plastic gun with a big orange
tip on it.
But I think it's because I don't know what it is. I think there's something with like, I don't know what the deal is, right? But then literally the next day or a couple days later, Bill had a live stream and Motu Joneser was there and he had a cap gun and he was just, you know, and people were like, but for some reason, like nobody was paying attention on that one, and it was fine. And then I've done
nobody paid attention to my crap hardly, except when
I guess. And I did the cap gun thing too on my channel, and like nobody cared. I don't know. Ooh, nice, nice. Yeah, I'm a bit. My first and foremost collectibles have always been firearms, which I don't talk too much about. Just I don't know why, you know. Because it's kind of just for me. But Jericho 941R and 45. Yeah, 45. Awesome. 45 auto, I'm assuming, not like 45 super or whatever that other new one is. Rum doesn't know anything about what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, we don't have the same culture. Obviously, our armed forces are armed to the shit, you know. But,
yeah.
There's more and more police of them, but it's still probably not enough. But,
well, we could probably still go pheasant hunting, though, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, proper. Yeah, there's still a hunting culture for sure. Yeah, good deer hunting, fox hunting's frowned upon a bit, but.
Oh, well. We used to do a lot of trapping, a lot of fox trapping, you know. I mean, we used to, you know, buy food and gasoline because of fox trapping and all the other cute things that people think are really cute and adorable that would eat your face off, you know.
Yeah. I mean, plenty of people out here in the shires have a rifle to go hunting, but yeah, not quite the same as over there. But
that's awesome. I have a unknown 42. I have a 3.5-inch barrel, so that's the Wells Fargo edition. You birdie, what is that? Anyway, the Schofield in 45. I love full metal firearms too. The only reason I got this Glock long slide was I usually just carry a couple revolvers, right? Because it's always faster to drop your empty gun and to pull another one than it ever is to reload. But
is that a German gun? The Glock? Is that German?
What's that? Which one come out?
The Glock. Is that the Glock?
Austria. Yeah.
Austria. Yeah. Sonny knows a lot about guns.
Oh yeah, Sonny does.
Yeah.
Sonny, I'm a big antique gun guy, and Sonny is definitely a very modern. I'm sure he knows antiques also, but my bread and butter has always been. Remington 75 is definitely a cool gun. Henry Fonda usually carried a Remington 1875.
Yeah, Sonny and I have had plenty of conversations about tanks and warships and everything like that before.
Oh yeah. Sonny knows his shit. I'm sure Sonny was some sort of German special forces.
He has got a background actually.
Yeah, I've been around.
Oh really?
No, yeah, I could tell. I could always tell.
And law enforcement.
Justified. Timothy Oliphant. Yeah, definitely.
But I hate to bring it up, but the Challenger is superior to the Leopard and the Sherman.
Wait, what? Say that again, louder.
The Challenger tank is superior to the Leopard and the our American cousins. What have you got? The Sherman, or what's it called?
Ours?
Yeah, the Sherman. Was it?
Yeah, ours is the Sherman.
Yeah, it's not as good as the Challenger.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're gonna offend anybody here. American military stuff is never said to be the greatest by people in the know. You know, don't you agree, Bill? It's definitely by the lowest bidder.
Well, that's true, and but you know, the American fighter, on the other hand, is a whole different story. He takes that crap and uses it to its best advantage.
Right. Yeah. Equipment only is what I'm speaking of. I liked your meme earlier. You know, like it's hard to defeat the Americans because they don't read their manuals.
Yeah.
Yeah. They make a battle plan. They go, well, I'm sure they'll zig, but we're going to zag. You know?
Right.
But no, I agree
Well,
with you.
one of the differences between the American military and foreign militaries, especially like the Soviets or back in the day, the Germans, their chain of command was such that if you destroyed a leader, the rest of them didn't know what to do, so they gave up. Americans, on the other hand, you kill the lieutenant, the sergeant's going to take over. You kill the sergeant, the corporal's going to take over. You kill the corporal, the private will take over. He'll keep on going.
Yeah. Yeah, the Alaskan motto for sure, whether military or civilian, is the plan is there is no plan.
That's right.
The plan is there is no plan.
Get it done.
You know, we're gonna.
Well, you know, the story I heard when I was in the Army was one time during the W2 era, the Germans came up on an encampment of Americans. The captain was looking through his binoculars and he said, "Oh, this will be an easy victory. Look how disheveled they are. They're all disorganized." They went down there, and it was the worst defeat they ever had because the Americans were pissed off because they came in and bothered them.
Yeah, we've done fairly good for our. I mean, we have a long history, but as far as being a country, you know, we don't do too bad. We don't do too bad. I'm always amazed at the anti-French military rhetoric, you know, because they were some bad boys for quite a long time.
Well, yeah, I mean, they lost quite a lot of shit, didn't they?
Well, I mean, yeah, but there was quite a long time that they were
they came up against you know.
Oh, you talking about back in the Napoleon era?
They just came up. They were just second best.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there was a French rifle for sale on eBay. It's never been fired. Dropped twice.
Yeah, I know that one. The Moss. I tell you one thing though, if you've ever picked up one of those French Moss, it is a extremely technically advanced rifle, and it is extremely accurate. It's not a bad piece of.
Oh, they make good shit. They'll never forgive us for sinking their fleet.
Yeah.
Unknown 42. I just got back from my French self-defense class. I've never run so much in my entire life.
Never run so much in my life. Freedom fries.
Yeah.
I have to say though, you know, like if you do, and I'm not like defending France, I'm just like I am a historian, but like, you know, the French Foreign Legion is still one of the top. Regardless.
There's no French in there. There's no French in there.
Well, the officers are French, and the French are smart enough to know who to hire.
Yeah, well.
I mean, it is part of the French army, so you do have to give that. And I'm just being fair. I'm not.
Yeah, no, those boys are all right, but I mean, you know, they're not the only army to have, you know.
No, I mean they may not be.
Check out the Gurkhas. I mean, those boys will.
Oh well, the Gurkhas, you know, they're not. You know, they're not British.
They'll kick you left and Sunday.
Yeah.
No, I'm just giving you the equivalent.
No, you're right. You're right. You know.
Yeah.
There's quite a few of one of my favorite during the American War to suppress aggression, the American Civil War, 61 to 65. There was a battalion called the 1st Louisiana Special Battalion.
Oh.
And they were one of the first Wheat's Tigers is what they're affectionately known as. And they were, you know, much like the Dirty Dozen, they were like, you know, brought out of prison and different things. And they, you know, that's kind of how they were mustered up, you know. Yeah. And yeah, it's a good thing. There's a Bill. Have you ever been to the Angola Rodeo?
No, but I went to the Parchman Rodeo several times when I was a kid.
I'm trying to get time and money, and mostly time.
It's pretty much the same thing. One of my favorite parts was they would tie $50. They would tie a $50 bill to a ring on a bull's nose.
Yeah.
And they put the convicts out there with the bull, and whoever snatched it off his nose, they won the $50.
Yeah. That's what I was just telling my wife. My wife is an Alabama State Rodeo barrel racing and team roping champion. And so, I mean, Those of us that are in the know.
Really?
There's nothing like a prison rodeo. They don't allow them to have the prison rodeo down there at Parchment anymore. But there's nothing like a prison rodeo,
man. There's nothing like Do they
Oh,
still
really?
in Angola? Do they still put the? I think they went to like a poker chip or something, but they put the poker chip on the forehead. They still do that?
I have no idea. I've never been to the Angola rodeo, but like I said, back when I was a kid. We used to go to the Parchment rodeo every year. You have to go into the front gate. You'd have to open the trunk of your car and let them look in the trunk, make sure there wasn't no convict hiding in there.
Yeah, nothing like a prison rodeo, baby. Yeah, my dad used to tell me about my father is from Faraday, Louisiana, but they used to go to the Angola. So like and of course, like prison rodeo in the '60s would be, people are getting killed, and it was quite the. But yeah, they put the $100 bill on the bull's forehead.
And, I see the love of the Frenchies. I didn't know you were at Louisiana. So have you got any Creole? Can you speak any Creole or?
No, well, I'm adopted, so I'm not. I'm just an unknown enigma.
Well, you definitely are an enigma.
Definitely an enigma. And then like the few relatives I have through adoption that are from Louisiana, they're from Central. They're from the Jerry Lee Lewis area.
Okay.
Now, my mom's family, I did have a bit of. They were called the Rogers at one time, and then of course through marrying people, that's not their name now, and I guess most Americans would call them Roger, right? But way back in the day, they were Roger with an apostrophe from Thibodaux, the Thibodaux area. But I'll show you this cool figure. No, I don't know if anybody's ever seen this. At least not on my channel.
But yeah, definitely an enigma. Definitely.
Blue Sasquatch, the man, the myth, the shark lover.
There's this gangster, the quiet motherfucker around here.
So this is a who makes this? Is this a G.I. Joe? No, I don't think this is a G.I. Joe specifically. But so this is a Soldiers of the World.
Oh, cool.
Right? And then this is a Louisiana, I'll show you the bottom. Soldiers of the World, Louisiana Tigers.
Oh, that's cool.
And there was especially during the American Civil War, there was quite a few on the North and the South. There was a lot of uniforms. I'm not sure.
Interesting. What's the red? What's the red from? That's interesting.
Well, it's what do they call them? Zouaves, which is a traditional, like a French soldier.
Yeah, but the red's interesting.
Oh yeah, well, it was much like camouflage wasn't a big deal there for a long time.
I'm just wondering the origins of it's normally a reason for the color.
Oh, it's because you can't, so you don't see the blood. As far as I know.
Wow. Okay.
Like Deadpool didn't invent
that. Ain't it.
I'm pretty sure that's why your country had red, wasn't it?
I thought it was from the queen, the king's arms, but
chocolate blue.
But yeah, this is a pretty. This is from 2000. This line started quite before then, though. You can see this guy. This is a New York. This is a New York. These are all historically accurate, but this is a New York battalion, also modeled after the French Zouave soldier.
Wow.
But yeah, this is a cool line. They had horses and stuff. I have not opened him, but
that's cool.
But yeah, it's always a big Wheats Tigers.
Yeah, I would say a good. This is a compliment. I would say a good way to describe Lak, as a Churchill coined it. He's an enigma wrapped in a paradox.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The keep on collecting. I think they. What did they call me? I think it was I've had a few drinks. Enigmatic. There you go. Yeah. Enigmatic. I had to hear you say it before I could get it over the tongue. But yeah, and that's not a bad thing to be.
No, it's a good thing to be. It's a good thing to be.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
The mystery is a riddle. Is an enigma wrapped in a paradox.
But if you ask, I'll probably tell you. So it's not like it's not a hard riddle, but man, I don't know. I've definitely had a upbringing that very few people have had. So I guess it does make me quite a bit different than the average, not just American, but probably the average human on Earth.
99 flavors.
Yeah, baby. That's right. Oh, nice job. How are you? How's who? I'm good. Are y'all good?
Yeah. Just enjoying the show.
Good. It's good to have Gilster here for sure. Gilster is one.
Yeah,
I want to say that.
Shit.
Yeah, say that one more time. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm trying to get in edgewise, so you guys keep talking. So I just enjoy the show, man.
You got to jump in. Don't give a damn.
Yeah, just jump in.
All right.
If you feel it, say it.
Say it. All right. Well, I got you. All right, cool. I'm kind of new at this thing. I'm usually on the other side, just watching. I don't want to see anything stupid, so I'm just like, okay.
No, there are no. It's just like a good teacher will tell you, right? There are no stupid questions. It's always fun. Yeah, I'm a bit tipsy. The best thing is to drink your booze in the coffee because the caffeine pushes it through your system quickly. And so you can, instead of your body having to process it slowly, you get a lot of it at once. So you can get drunker faster, but it doesn't last as long.
Well, I remember back in the day we used to take a BC powder before going out, and it keep us going.
Mm-hmm. Yep, always smart. One of my sisters, who's a nurse, and all three of my sisters are like, I wouldn't say they're big partiers. They're not drinkers necessarily, right? But they're But yeah, my sister, who's a nurse, she will take multivitamins and a BC powder, go hit the town. And then you want to drink as much or more water than alcohol, and then take you some multivitamins before you go to bed, and then you're fine.
Hey, John,
what's going on, Sir John? If we have any, I'm sure there's some mods left in the chat. Sasquatch is here. Drop Figuratively Speaking's channel. Why do trees?
They're fighting for sunlight. So that's why, and that proves that equality is an impossible dream because there's always one tree that will naturally grow taller than the others.
Rum knows. I've said for many years, not everyone's fucking opinion is valid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, Rum, is that Batoon that you've got there with you?
This is Super Pervy John.
Oh, okay. Looks like Batoon.
From the Perv Squad.
From the Perv.
Oh boy.
He's a bit pervy, Bill. He's a bit pervy, so. But yeah, he's one of them.
Very well developed.
He's one of them. Yeah, he's one of them knockoff Moses from the 80s. One of them Galaxy
That's a really cool. I wore a patch for a while, just just to be hip.
Come on.
I could see that.
I'm teasing.
I could see that.
Come on. One more time. Come on in.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm definitely let's see what else you got there, Rum. Has anybody had any hiccups lately?
I did get my notice from Big Bad Toy Store that my McFarlane Superpowers figures have come into my pile of loot.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Probably the last pickup that I'm going to get when I finally empty that pile of loot out.
That pile of loot will get you.
Yeah.
It's easy.
I had to cancel all the rest of my pre-orders. I'm not going to be able to get anything else for a long while.
Yeah, I hear that. I I see things that, oh, nice, Rum. Let me say this one thing, and then we'll go to Rum's pickup. So I see things that are coming out on whatever channel, and I go, man, that's really cool. I'd like to get that. But then so many people do great videos that by the time I actually see it and I look at it, I go, I've had my fun with it, and I don't buy it. So there's a lot of things, not everything, but like there's definitely a vicarious living through YouTube.
I do that a lot.
Yeah, man. If other people are enjoying it, then I'm there. I like how the arrow is pointing directly to the business. Those are some extremely nice boobs too.
Yeah, there was 2 things that attracted me to this figure.
2 things, exactly.
Only 2.
I like it. I tell you what, though, with those hips, you couldn't have more than 1 or 2 kids. So you could have. I like it. I don't think I've had. I think my only. Well, I did get this comic, which I found. I've literally found this for $1 on eBay, and it was like $1.89. It's $1.89 free shipping. So,
That's badass.
and like, who doesn't love some OG Nick Fury with Wolverine? That's like the coolest. That's like the coolest. And then I found this guy, the shirtless Wolverine, to recreate. I showed this earlier. Hold on. So I like to recreate the front of comic books with figures, right? So I got the shirtless Wolverine, which it takes a little bit to see, but he is shirtless. So I got the shirtless Wolverine here. Mm-hmm. God damn, I'm a little tipsy. And then I took the Snow Serpent cape and put him on this Nick Fury here. To recreate. Wow. Yeah, that's not bad. And I know that the comic has a bear, but there's only one figure I found that has a bear. It's I think it's a Naughty or Nice, the Big Bad Toy Store exclusive Santa Claus Christmas stuff. And he has a bear. So I did that. Oh yeah, Vampirella. Way sexier than Elvira. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and go ahead and say that. One of y'all are in charge. I have to go train the lizard, and I hate to have to do that because sometimes it's a stream killer. But hopefully, this stream will keep them.
Don't worry, I'll entertain them with some boobies.
There we go. That'll keep them watching.
There you go.
Oh, no, Gilster, no.
He's got a great rack on him.
We're trying to keep the viewers, Gilster, not drive them away.
Oh, there you go. Check that out. I repaired this one.
The toilet.
Yeah, just kill. Sorry, come back. Not anymore. I want to do it again.
Are y'all running people out of here?
Gilster.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We want to see boobies, so I want to see some boobies.
Touch me, man of arms. Touch me, man of arms. Touch me.
Oh yeah. Is that the one I sent you?
Stroke me.
Yeah, I fixed his legs last night.
Oh, awesome.
Boyle and He-Man. Yeah, that's what I do. I repair old figures and give them back, give new life.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But this is origin armor.
Yeah.
On a vintage body, so yeah, kind of cheating a little bit.
It's all right. Nobody's gonna say anything.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I know what it is.
I don't. I like that.
Oh, seriously.
There's a bit of a theme with
I did this Nick Fury. This is like a Bay of Pigs Vietnam era Nick Fury. And I think this is like Tiger Force Wakanda with his armor cut off. So he's just got the black shirt.
Cool.
So that's just like a basic head swap. And then I put Dum Dum on this rock and roll body. That was cool.
Cool.
And then just recently, I have to alter this figure permanently. You can see that I have the neck peg just all the way to the rear.
Oh,
you know,
look at it, it's got a tumor.
Then I got
a tumor. It's not a tumor.
Not a tumor.
No tumor. Calvin, get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper. He's got a tumor. He's got a tumor. I've been doing the OG. Remember, there was quite a few Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. comics where Fury had a blue suit just like this. You know, because you can't really walk around in your spandex being a secret agent. And then I did a dum-dum in a suit. So they're much more. Much more OG. My grandfather used to call it cloak and dagger. That was kind of the word before.
Spy game.
Yeah. Oh, that's a cool one. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Who did Mr. B make that, or you made that?
No, I made it. I customized it. It's Jules.
It's Jules. Yeah, I know. That's awesome. Do you have a nickel-plated 1911?
No.
Do you have a wallet that says "bad motherfucker" on it?
Bad motherfucker.
That's you, man.
That's awesome. Oh, I'm missing.
Yeah, it's here's Milliputty painted black, so I don't even see it real well, but I don't know.
My
lighting in here is pretty shitty, so it's pretty dark.
My grandfather, one of the last times he was in the hospital, he was sitting in his chair in the hospital room, and he says, "Watch this, boy." And he looks out the door to the nurse sitting in the little area, and he starts going like this. And she finally looks, and she comes in there and she says, "Mr. Lord, what do you need?" And he said, "I knew if I fingered you long enough, you'd come." He was a crazy old fucker, man. He was a crazy old. He went in for a heart attack, and he was raised. I mean, he was Eskimo and raised in the woods. And he's seen it when he was a young man. His people left the village he was born in and walked over 1,000 miles to another part of Alaska.
Wow.
And his grandmother at the time, he was like maybe 6 or something like that, but they were walking, and his grandmother told his father, "I'm not going to make it," and his father made him stay with him, and the rest of the tribe went on walking, and his grandmother sat down, and his grandmother knelt down and sang a song and had a good time or whatever she did. And then his father, her son, cut her throat.
Wow.
Because she said, I'm not gonna make it. And that was like, it's just like, you can't stop to take care of her because it would put the rest of the tribe at peril. But you couldn't leave her there to suffer and die without people taking care of her. Wow, my grandfather saw that,
That's proper strength there, like that.
So yeah, that's like the real shit, man.
Yeah, that's the
Definitely. And I have a few people I know now that like they have a hard time putting their dog down.
Yeah.
But like that's the lineage of people that I was raised by.
Wow.
So it's quite a different time, at least in the country. Let's all say hello to David.
Hello, David.
Good to see you, David.
Why, hello there, David.
Hello, David. My day was pretty good.
Tally ho, old boy.
That's right. Tally ho.
Hello.
Hey, David. Yeah, David is always welcome. He's a very nice guy. He has a cool channel that I enjoy catching his lives. He will live stream his church sometimes. church service, and it's a different type of church that I was. It's very nice. It's very humbling, and always makes the guy feel good.
Oh.
Controversial. I don't know if it's people, but fuck y'all. I don't care. You know what I mean?
Why is that controversial?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's just the parlance of our times to say. I don't know. Some people are lost, man. You know,
Yeah.
just like the story with my grandfather. You know, there's people that would just be. This is something that's not bad, and you know, to me that just shows that people have not had to survive, and they don't know how it works. You know, we didn't survive as a species for however many, you know, debatably a different timeline than we've been told as we were children, you know, right? Because of the Great Flood and different stuff like that, right? Like we are, and I'm sure most of y'all know this, right? But so we are closer in time frame to Cleopatra than Cleopatra is to the building of the pyramids. You know?
Wow.
Yeah. And there's quite
wow.
Yeah, isn't that a mind-blowing idea? And arguably with the archaeological findings of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey and different things like that, our ancestry, our heritage goes back probably quite a bit more than what we've been explaining, you know. It's quite a mind bend. You know, the Egyptians didn't build the pyramids, right? They found them. That's what's. Oh, I can't hear you, Bill.
Bill's muted.
Can't hear you, Bill.
Göbekli Tepe, if I'm not mistaken, predates Younger Dryas, if I'm not mistaken. And they didn't think that people back in those days had communities and they found it. And there it is. Oh, well, we were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know what the Younger Dryas is, that's the flood.
Yeah, the Great Flood, which every culture has a story of. It is not just Noah.
Yeah.
So
Ark. You know, Epic of Gilgamesh, China. I mean, they all have it. So wait a minute, maybe it did happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's just like what's Graham Hancock and oh gosh, what's his buddy's name who I watch all the time? Anyway, his friend. Holy smokes, what's his name?
Yeah.
Real Santa Claus looking guy.
Yeah.
But you know, he's been studying the erosion of and the morans of the Northwest. You know, and like it was not something that was. It was not something that was eroded over time, billions of years, right? It was a major catastrophe.
Yeah, Hancock's definitely controversial, for sure.
Yeah, he has some controversial stuff, but he's
not settled, is it? It's not settled. Definitely questions and further questions.
Dinosaurs predate.
Do they?
But yet, most.
Oh, yeah, I've been to the pyramids. It's very interesting.
Oh, I imagine. There's something to see. You know, there's a pyramid in Alaska, and most of it is underground. It's up the Muddy River. When I was very young, one of my uncles took me up there, and the only part you can see coming out of the ground is just the top. It's like the top 3 or 4 feet, so it's fairly small, but the rest of it's underground. But it still has the black basalt covering, which they have only recently said, oh, you know, the pyramids had a black basalt covering, and the one in Alaska still has it because the majority of it is underground. And yeah, man, look up the Black Pyramid in Alaska. There is quite a bit now. When I was younger, there was no mention of it, and the native culture is they don't like telling anybody about anything because the university shows up and digs up all your ancestors' bones and they some shit that people don't need to know. But there is quite a bit of information now. And there's lots of cave drawings all over the world, from China to Alaska, that depict dinosaurs, you know. And so if the first fossil wasn't discovered till whatever 1878, why is there cave drawing? You know. there's quite a. Some of them may not have all been gone. You know.
Oh, wow. First
Yeah.
time hearing about this stuff, man.
Man, look, hey, the Kennedy assassination is like the least of our things that we've been bullshitted about. You know, it's like the least of them. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's definitely some differences in opinion. I mean, you think how old the planet is, and yeah, Stonehenge is about 5,000 years old, and the pyramids a little bit older than that, but possibly even older than that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that great flood that you talk about is you can see it from satellite imagery now, can't you? Like, that's the beauty of all these satellite images. You can actually see like how how vast it was.
Yeah.
I must have, yeah. I mean, any previous civilization was wiped out long, possibly long before then. So very
Exactly.
interesting.
And to think,
If somebody in here got something on, like a television or something.
No, is that? I don't know. What is that? I've been hearing for a while.
yeah, I hear a little feedback.
I think that's Gilly's feedback.
Are you
Is it my?
Mute
Am I? I don't have nothing else on.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Let's see if it goes away.
Oh, yeah.
It went away.
Well, you have to talk when I mute myself, or you don't know if it's me.
Hello there.
So it's not me.
Oh, I think it's Gilly. I think we've heard it from Gilly before.
I think it's a little bit of you, Gilly, but I'm.
You mean pop out?
No, I'm not.
No, but hit your settings button down there and see if you can go to audio and hit make sure echo cancellation and reduce mic background noise is checked.
Oh yeah, and you can mute yourself and unmute when you want to talk is another way to do it. You can't get that fixed.
What?
Oh yeah.
There you go. See.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's you. You are the culprit. Now he can talk all he wants. He did really good at the Oh, now David knows his Bible. Let's say Noah was built the ark. Half of the Bible it was called. Yeah, I would not. Yeah, that's better, Gilster. Yeah, it could just be the mic of. It could just be Gilster's mic. Yeah, it is interesting.
Phone mic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a phone mic. I'm sure you can still hear us. So, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting things. Growing up in Alaska, without like getting into modern controversial stuff, man, you see a lot of stuff from a young age that you realize you go, look, there's a lot of shit going on that people are not realizing. You know, I mean, there's we're all kind of stuck in our houses and doing stuff like that. Look at Gilster. He says, shut up, Gilster. You certainly don't have to, but yeah, just unmute. I can read lips. Look at this.
Just unmute when you talk, that's all.
Yeah. You have to give us a hand signal, and then we'll all stop for a second. Then you can unmute, and then you can...
Here's the hand signal.
Give us
Yeah, I like listening to those podcasts about Old Gobbly Techie from David Hancock. They're very interesting, very thought-provoking for sure.
They are. Randall Carlson is...
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he's Canadian, I think, isn't he, Ron? Is he Canadian?
Is he? I'm not sure. He does do some tours that I would like to go on in the, he does like Minnesota and different. I've seen that. He does some tours and stuff. And the one great point that because I grew up on the Tanana River, and he showed a bunch of drone footage because the flood is so massive that sitting there on the ground as a human, it's hard to take it in. But he showed some drone footage, and he said in one of his conferences that I've watched on the tubes, he says, has anybody ever grown up on a river? Have they ever been in a boat? And I thought, well, yeah, that's like my Uncle Puff was who I call my brother, but he's really like my uncle. He was born in a canoe. Like, that's how we did it, man. And he shows the terrain. And he says, doesn't that look like, if you look at any kind of overflow of water and how the sand makes and I went, oh, yeah, of course it does. So I definitely understand quite a bit of the things he's saying, but it wasn't until he put it in that perspective. He said, haven't you ever seen the channel move around and how it works? And then as soon as he said that, I saw exactly what he was talking about, and I was blown away.
Yeah. I watched a podcast. I think it might have been those boys who on it recently. There's a lost civilization in Nigeria as well that they reckon that is one of the contenders of Atlantis for the location of Atlantis.
Yeah.
Well, that's like the Sahara.
Even a Mew as well now. That's where the only thing left of that is Easter Highland.
Oh, that place is crazy with the statues where they over.
Yeah, but the thing is, that was a whole continent called Mew that's all underneath the Pacific Ocean now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, nobody debates that the ocean didn't rise 300 feet, right? Like, that's the one thing that they have decided. After the Younger Dryas, there was a significant rise in the sea level.
Easter Island's crazy. What's that film they filmed there about? About how they destroyed their civilization by building those statues. That's a crazy film.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, you're not seeing it. You've seen the statues in Easter Island, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a film that takes you through that story, and basically they cut down all the trees building the statues, and then they basically killed the whole population because of these bloody statues.
Really?
Crazy. Yeah, you've not seen them. The standing statues.
Yeah.
So their tribe basically, every new leader of the tribe had to have they built a statue, big head, a huge head, stone head, and to build it they had to cut down trees to help build it and erect them, and then there's about I don't know how many, a dozen. The final tribe leader, there was only a few trees left, and they cut them down, and they couldn't cultivate any crops, and they killed the whole population off by building these statues.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's what a fuck up, huh?
Have you not seen them? Do you not see them? I'll show you a picture of them.
No, yeah, I haven't seen that. Yeah, amen. The Great Spirit is all. It's amazing. I was raised in Athabascan Indian and Inuit Eskimo culture. But when the Spaniards came over and what little actual preaching they did, there's a lot of similarities between like the actual words of Jesus in the Bible. They say, hey, you should defend the defenseless, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, and be kind to your neighbor and treat people as you wanted to be treated. And a lot of natives would be like, yeah, we knew that. Just because you call somebody a different name or you didn't know this particular story, there's a lot of base Christian values that are shared by a lot of people, but it's like that. What was that? I can't remember that one comic strip. Was it The Far Side? And there's two armies lined up, and they say, we will not surrender until you renounce your duck god and pay homage to our rabbit god, right? And then the image on their flag is the same image. It's just turned different ways, and one's a duck and one's a rabbit, right?
Yeah,
and it's like the same. I always thought that was a very truthful style. There's good and there's evil, and any other type of faction you want to try to put in there is almost immaterial. I believe there's good and there's evil, and you're on one side, you're not.
There's a picture in the green room. If you can share the screen.
Oh, how do I do? Okay, hold on. How do I do that? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Look, I know how to do this. Add to stage.
Right, so there you go. That's Easter Island. So basically, it's called Rapa Nui. And it's like a Polynesian, Eastern Polynesian civilization, and basically every generation, the tribe leader they would carve out one of these statues, and they need to cut down a load of trees to build the contraption to move and erect the statue. And they built so many, they basically deforest the whole island, and as a result of that, they killed off their entire population. So if you go to Easter Island now, there's actually no trees. They had to replant trees. There's no trees.
It's all flat like grassland. I have seen.
But there's these huge, great big statues. It's crazy.
Yeah. And what's the what is the idea of the age on these statues?
I think I mean, I don't know, maybe like 1000 AD, or I don't know.
Wow. And all the ones that we see
before
that
that,
are just the heads, there's quite a bit more underground, right? I know that's.
Oh yeah, it's a whole statue there, not just the head.
Right. Okay.
So
did anybody watch Bryn Forrester? He has an amazing channel. Oh, there you go. You know what you're doing. Excellent. You can do it from your phone. It works.
So there you go. There's one way to kill off your population: build bloody great big statues of heads.
You gotta definitely have tree. Well, something as small as, I don't know how big Easter Island is, but you definitely have to have something keeping your soil together. Just natural erosion and blocking of, once you remove all your blockage from wind and different things and rain, right? The roots of your trees are going to hold your soil together. So I'm sure it was just a big, massive. Couldn't grow anything. The soil dies.
Just a dumpster fire. Yeah, crazy. So there's a film about it. I think it's called Rapa Nui.
Really? I'll definitely check that out. If I forget, you'll have to send me that, because I'm definitely interested. Like I said, being raised there's a lot of stuff where I was raised in kind of like in what is called the heart of Alaska, near Fairbanks and Nenana. This is the Alaska hack, right? So that's Alaska. But the section in the middle, I'm doing this backwards, but the section in the middle here was the only place in the North American continent north of basically the 49th parallel that was not covered with ice.
Cool.
There was two ice sheets that were 2.5, 3 miles thick, but they stopped in the Tanana Valley. And where I grew up, where Denali National Park is there and different things, but there's quite a few plants and there's a few marmot species that are the only ones in the world because they were not destroyed by the Ice Age. And so if there was, and I've always believed this, but if there was any evidence, though it would be buried under a lot of silt and stuff, but if there was any evidence in the North American continent that could really show a pre-culture to the flood, it would be in that area. And oddly enough, so there's a mountain range right down here toward the end, a very tall mountain range, which was kind of the end of the ice wall, and it makes a little curve, right? And if a big giant flood of water came through here, there would be a back eddy in this area, just knowing like hydraulics and stuff, right? And in that area, there is a huge secret military base. And I've always thought, and you can find it on Google Maps, and it's kind of like a small little area with an airstrip, but then around it there is a large, strange area, and then there's a road that goes to the mountains, and then it disappears. So there's obviously like a tunnel or a cave, right? And before I even knew that, I knew, well, if there was ever any evidence, whether it was washed up, it would be deposited in that area because of the terrain and how water moves. And sure enough, there's a huge secret base there. And if you can only get there really by snow machine when everything's frozen. But if you get close to it, because my friends and I, we thought we're going to go out there, right? If you get close enough to it, from nowhere you are swarmed by helicopters and Arctic troops, and they tell you need to get out of here. And it's like quite the suspicious. It's quite the suspicious. I'm not trying to get into like conspiracies, but I do know that if there was something to be seen, it would have to be in this area. And there is a massive secret base there. And it has a
Yes,
huge...
there is.
Yeah. It's quite suspicious. Quite suspicious, you know.
Gilly Gilster.
Hey, I want to pop out, man. I want to pop in the chat.
Okay. It's good to see you, brother.
I ain't doing it. Someone else from the chat come up and have some conversation. Get somebody else from the chat in here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just wishing space about you, just listening. So.
All right. Well, we've enjoyed looking at your mustache. It's magnificent. I'm sure you're
Oh,
good.
thank you. I'm seeing you guys. I'm gonna pop out, man.
Love you, brother.
I'm still in the chat though.
All right, we're there. I'm trying to keep up with it as best I can.
All right, cool.
I bet you got some good glaciers, haven't you, in Alaska? You go glacier trekking, Lak?
Oh man, yeah. Oh, there's nothing like drinking from the stream right off the glacier. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Me and Bob have been glacier trekking in the Alps. It's beautiful.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Mont Blanc and yeah.
I would love to come over there and do some skiing. I used to be quite the skier in my younger days.
Oh, you'll be better than Bob. He's useless.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did the double black diamond in Aspen when I was like 6 with no poles.
Oh.
They said if you're going to learn to ski, you can't use poles.
Oh.
So.
Yeah. Mont Blanc's one hell of a site. Yeah, it's.
I believe it. Yeah, where I grew up in the village, it's kind of more out in the flats. But when I guided in the Wrangell Mountains for sheep, Dall sheep, moose, and bear.
Ooh.
And best sheep hunting is on the glacier. That's where the big sheep are. And it's, at that elevation, that's about, once you get so high, like 7,500 feet, there's no beavers.
Goats, plenty of goats, eh? The goats
Man.
like it there, don't they?
Yeah, there are mountain goats in Alaska. There weren't too many where I was. We were mostly Dall sheep.
Oh.
But now I can take a whiz. That hasn't stopped me. I know I've seen Brett at Cool to Know suspiciously take an empty mug. And we've all done that on a live stream, have we not?
Yeah. I just go.
You just go. Yeah, I know.
I just go.
You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
No, all the real streamers have taken a piss on me.
Yeah.
I cut to a commercial.
Oh, you cut to... Yeah, we're not as fancy here.
Yeah.
I was on with Ed one time when we did the Acolyte stream. And like, I'm totally telling on myself, but it's a good story. But there's a part where you see I like kind of back up and there's like an adjustment. And then I start talking really loud because you can really hear the...
Hear it going in.
You can hear it. Yeah, I was going, oh, that's really interesting, Ed. Tell me more.
Yeah, that's it. And the ironic thing is, you're filling up what you've just drunk out of. As well.
Yeah. And I'm just going, man, I hope I don't fill this up. I don't want to have to pee. I don't want to have to pee in my spittoon.
Yeah, that's funny.
What?
That's funny.
Now I can take a whiz, he says. And then Sir John says, laugh out loud. So, the change of speech in the last 20 years has just blown my mind.
How so?
Well, like LOL for
Oh yeah.
Just different stuff like that.
It's whole other language, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole nother. It's an ever evolving. But yet, when we were in school, the English teachers would say, "Oh well, this is the rule," and like I think language even of itself has proven that none of that. That's all bullshit. Well,
wait until Musk gets Neuralink going, then you won't even need to speak.
Oh man,
that's crazy.
What a scary idea.
Yeah, just stick a chip on your brain and you can tell, and attach it, and it will connect to a computer by Wi-Fi, and you can just think it, and it will.
Mark of the beast. It's Mark of the Beast, man.
Crazy times.
Yeah, that's nuts. When I was in school, I used to write. It's hard for me to write as fast as I'm thinking.
Same.
So I would do like this shorthand, and like it's all about context, right? So if you're, and I'm a little tipsy, but it's all about context of the sentence. You can kind of understand what this word is. If there's a W and an H and a T, then that must be what in context of the rest of the sentence. And man, I would have English teachers tell me in grade school, like, "Oh, you're such a piece of shit" and everything. And then years later, I realized that I was absolutely doing professional shorthand. You know, you only need like 3 letters in the context of a word if you have a full sentence to understand what's going on. The human brain can put it together, but difficult. There was only 3 things I was taught in school that I use in every day. Which are what? Please drop it in the comments. What is it? Is it math related?
Very interesting.
I used to cut. I used to be a logger, and I cut a lot of trees. And the Pythagorean theorem is very right. That was the thing.
Mm.
You know, I used. It's been a while. I cut 3 trees down in my yard recently, and like that's the first thing you do. You go out there and subconsciously you're a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and you say, "Oh no, that'll be fine. That's not going to reach that far." You know, it is practical.
Mm-hmm.
Reading, writing, and sleeping. Oh, but bump. I was waiting for something more in depth, like the Pythagorean theorem.
Oh, I was thinking more of like how to talk to a special lady friend, or how to have a fumble behind the bike sheds. How to blag a fag off a adult folk, or how to get someone to go and buy you some booze from the off license when you're 14.
Right, exactly. Yeah, those are very important things.
Yeah. Amazing how many people used to do it as well. Used to stand outside the off license. Hey mate, go and get us some cider, will you? Amazing how many people used to do it as well.
I'm being yeah, we all used to do it. I was always able to. I was the only one of my friends, even very young, who never got ID'd. But I think it's because I always also bought Copenhagen. You know, I would see people in line in front of me who were obviously older, had beards and mustaches when I didn't, and they'd ask for a pack of cigarettes and they would get carded. But if you go in there and ask for a can of Copenhagen while you're buying a 6-pack or whatever, they don't card you. They didn't card you.
So they have different licensing ages in different states in America, or is it all the same? Is it federally, or is it set by state?
I know they used to, but I think everybody's kind of on the same page now. I think maybe tobacco has gone older in the state I'm in now, because it used to be 18, and then I've heard that it's 21 in some places, which is.
And is it alcohol 21? Is it alcohol 21?
Yeah, alcohol is still 21 and has been for quite a while.
What about those states where it's legal to buy marijuana? Is that 21 or is that?
You know, I really don't know. I think it's 18 in most places. I think, but don't quote me on that because I don't know about that firsthand. I mean, I think they do that here, but I just don't know anything.
What about driving license? How old do you got to be to get a driving license?
16 for the license, and some states 14 to get your learner's permit.
Right.
Which just means you have to drive with a license.
I think it used to be 15 here, but I think they changed it to 16 here a few years ago.
What about
I had to get my daughter got it at 15, but I had to sign a waiver or some shit said she had to drive herself to school.
Oh, right. Yeah.
What about getting married?
I don't know about that. I think that's probably whatever your age of consent is, I know there's some states right. What's that?
No, it's not. You can get married at the age of 15 or 16 if your parents sign off on it.
Oh, if your parents sign, yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it's still like this or not, but if you remember Jerry Lee Lewis, he went over to Arkansas to marry his cousin, if you remember, and she wasn't but like 15 years old.
Right. Which was completely legal, though people...
Yeah, it was.
Totally legal. Yeah. Yeah, when he came to England, they had a real field day with that.
It's funny
that that was
It's funny that alcohol's 21. That must be the only country where alcohol's 21.
What's it in where you are?
It's 18 pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, you can drink over there in England no matter what your age is, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I know that was a big deal, especially like when the draft was still going on, right? You know, you could be 18 and go to Nam, but you couldn't come home and have a beer.
Yeah.
You know.
So what is that? Is that still a by effect from the days of prohibition or something? Is it or
no? It's all about people not wanting kids drinking at young ages and driving.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
It's pushed by the feds, as far as I understand, right? Because like
states,
states are supposed to have the right to have their own laws.
You don't change your drinking laws to 21. We're going to take your highway funds away from you.
Yeah, we're going to take your highway funds.
Can't do that. Oh,
right. Yeah. I remember knowing that from a long time ago. That was because it was like it was in the 70s when it really started nationwide going to 21, didn't it?
I want to say it was in the 80s because I remember it pissed me off because I was getting close to 18, going to be old enough to drink, and then suddenly they changed the age about a year before I turned 18, and I couldn't be grandfathered in like all my buddies,
right?
Who were drinking at 18 before the law changed, and they got to continue to do it because they were grandfathered in.
Oh, because they already were there, yeah. What a ridiculous idea.
Well, and then of course. Well, if you remember in the 1970s, they changed the speed limits to 55 miles an hour from 65 and 70 because that was supposed to keep the gasoline, from, with the gasoline crisis, the fake oil crisis that happened. Well, the way they enforced that was by saying, hey, if you don't change your speed limit, we'll take your highway funds away from you.
Ooh. Yeah, that highway funding was a big thing. Yeah, that's.
I think Colorado gave them the middle finger. I think Colorado still has no speed limits.
Really? Yeah, there's some. I still drive around, especially where I'm at now. You'll be on this giant highway, 2 lanes going each way. It looks basically like the interstate, and the fucking sign will say 45. And
what?
Just go, what in the world is this shit?
Wow. Is that that differs state by state? The speed limit on the motorways, the highways.
It can, but it is all the traveling I've done. It pretty much doesn't change because it's kind of like a federally.
Yeah.
I think most interstates is going to be 75. There's a few places
70,
where they'll bump it up to 80 or something like that. But nobody's driving that. We have this cool law about the flow of traffic. So it's like if we all decide that we're going to go 97, then by God, who you're going to pull over.
Yeah.
Because there is a flow of traffic law. And, shit, I drive 97 to 105 everywhere I go. I can't stand. I mean, if we're going somewhere, damn it, then we're going there. I'm always yelling at my wife when I'm driving. I go, what? None of these people have shit to do? Like, what are we doing? But I like to get on a country back road and drive 7 miles an hour and riding and looking, we used to call it. I know Bill knows that, right? Riding and looking. That was like.
We used to do that all the time. We don't do it anymore because we ain't got no money to buy gasoline to waste like that. But, I used to do that all the time. Daddy used to do stuff. And I used to do this to my daughter and my wife, too. Just go off riding one Saturday or Sunday and then look at them and go, wonder where that road goes. We haven't been down it before. Let's go down.
Yep.
Why have you guys got lost? Why have you guys got high gas prices? You've always traditionally had low because you produce your own gas, don't you?
Well, here's the thing, our gas prices are probably low compared to the rest of the world, but for us, we think that $4 a gallon is high. Okay, that's not right. Gasoline's pretty much cheap, and it should be cheap, but it's not. And most of what we're paying is taxes anyway, if I'm not mistaken, on gasoline, just like cigarettes and alcohol too.
Yeah.
Alaska, which has some of the biggest oil fields anywhere in the world, the gas since the beginning of time, especially since the pipeline, has been higher than anywhere else. You know, right now in Alaska, you can find places that are $12 a gallon.
Wow.
You know, but a lot of that oil from the North Slope, like where I work, it goes directly on a boat and then it goes to Japan and it's refined and then they sell it back to us.
Mm.
But yeah, Alaska of all places has some of the highest gas prices throughout all since I've ever been born. You know, $5 a gallon was a thing in Alaska in 1990. You know, so I don't know. I mean, it's all government bureaucracy, money grubbing horseshit. Really, really is.
Well, look, like I got to head to bed, man. I got to get up really, really, really freaking early in the morning.
Yeah, hey, I'm glad to have you, young man.
Y'all take it easy. Good to be able to come on and hang out with you there, Lak.
Yes, sir. Always.
See y'all later.
All right, take it. Yeah, the petrol thing is a ridiculous. There was I can't remember what year it was, probably the early 2000s, right? But Cesar Chavez, he sent everyone in Alaska. We got these cards in the mail with his picture on it, and he said, "Hey, we're doing really good in our country, and I know how hard it is on your oil because a lot of people burn oil for heat and stuff. We know how hard it is, and the prices where you are." He only did this for Alaskan citizens, as far as I know, but for 3 winters in a row, he sent a card to every citizen, right? So even your 4-year-old son got it or whatever. But he bought everyone 100 free gallons of diesel fuel for heat.
Jeez.
And it was just the craziest, you know, but he did that like 3 years in a row. And like I said, everybody got this big card, Mr. Chavez on it. And he said, you know, hey, I want to gift you Alaskan residents, you know, this heating oil. You know, and so it was just what a crazy thing, you know. But that was, of course, his country's not doing, you know, he kind of overextended his
just a little
credit.
Just a little.
Just a little, but and that might be part of Alaska's fault because he gave everybody 100 free gallons of oil, and you would just go down to the local bulk plant or call them, you know, and they'd come give you 100 gallons, and you'd give them that card, and the card you just gave them that card with Caesar's face on it, you know.
Crazy. That's bizarre.
But yeah, a lot of Alaskans are like it probably is waning now because it's been so many years. But there was a time, you know, where you'd leave Alaska and people would talk shit about Cesar Chavez, and man, Alaskans would be like, "Don't you talk shit about that guy? You know, he's our friend. We don't give a shit about any of the rest of it." You know?
Oh, interesting tactic.
Hey, what's up, Dylan?
Hello, Dylan.
Dylan is my good friend. He lives down there close to John.
Oh, Floridian.
We're having some drinks here, Dylan.
Oh. Dr.
Dylan's one that really got me back to. I wouldn't say back to drinking, but like once you wake up at 5 and have some scotch and amaretto in your coffee, it's hard to stop.
Oh dear Lord,
it's hard to stop. Yeah, man, this is great. Yeah, I didn't have any plan. I realized after we came on that I think we're running over somebody in the community, but you know, it happens. People can bounce back and forth or whatever.
It happens.
I'm sure.
I couldn't sleep, so I saw you on, so I thought I'd come and say hello.
Well, I'm so glad. Yeah. Are you still on your vacation?
Yeah. Sort of soon be going back though, and it all goes so quickly. Time flies when you're getting old, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. Yeah. You gotta get shit done when you can.
Man, 30 years ago was not 1968. I have to
tell me about it.
I know. Yeah. I was explained once, and I guess it's kind of a elementary idea, but you know, when you're 5, when you're 5 or 10, right? 1 year is such a large percentage of your lifetime. But when you start getting 40 and 50, 1 year is time goes quicker because it's just such a smaller percentage of your overall time.
My brain doesn't feel like it belongs to this body.
Your brain is younger than The rest of it?
I think so. Yeah, like I don't. Yeah,
I totally get that.
It doesn't feel that long ago that I was, in my 20s doing some crazy shit and staying up till 5 in the morning and in dark, nightclubs and talking to randoms and having the time of your life, and then next minute you know
yeah, I totally understand.
you've got a mortgage and you've got responsibilities and you've got a half-life as a monkey lizard on a YouTube channel talking to an Alaskan, and it's like, how the hell did I get here?
How did this happen? Yeah, my son turned 4 the other day, right? And my wife keeps saying, she keeps saying, you have a son that's 4. Does that make you feel old? And I have the same kind of response that you do. Like in here, like no, I don't feel. It doesn't make me feel older than I already feel.
Well, are you able to relive some youth through your son, like like by I don't know, are you able to are you able to? Well, I don't know. I mean,
not as much as I'd like to, because I was raised in such a different environment.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I really like. Deep in my heart, I feel for my son, because like, man, I have an awesome relationship. I'm adopted, but the man who raised me, who is my father, we have just best friends and still are. We don't live near each other and we don't get to talk very often, but when I was my son's age, man, I was hunting and going in the woods with my dad miles and miles at a time, and it was just a different experience, and shooting your first moose when you're 6 and catching your first fish when you're 2 years old. My dad built a stroller that had a rod holder in it, I mean, just all kinds of stuff that, being in civilization where I am now, I don't get to share that as much with my son. So that's but I do what little things that I can do here for him. I do. And like at very least, like I show him all the old stuff, you know what I mean? Like he's the only 4-year-old that's watching the Batman animated series from the 90s.
Cool.
And the Muppet Show.
Well, you are then. That's what I mean. Like you are imparting, he is, that is you're reliving he's getting some of your youthful experience, some of the things that you were interested in, and he'll be all the richer for that,
I hope so. Yeah,
definitely.
When he gets older and I'm able to at least take him out of this state and he has a sister that's close in age, so sometimes that, I've been talking to their MOM and I say, look, like, because I hate not like having them both or whatever, but I say, hey, father and son, like we need to go hunting, we need to go camping. There has to be.
You need to teach him to be a man,
Yeah, different. Yeah, you got to have their own time with you,
Yeah.
And same thing with my daughter, like she needs to learn independently from him different things, how to shoot a gun and fight and take care of herself, and learn some things about guys that she needs to learn,
Yeah.
That kind of a thing, But I do the best I can. I'm not, if it wasn't for my kids, I probably would not live here where I live,
Yeah.
Because I mean, I grew up in a wall tent in the wilderness and wouldn't see other humans for a year, and it was a very mountain men Jeremiah Johnson kind of a living, and then the way I was raised, like that's my dad is quite a bit older than most people my age as fathers. I'm like a generation ahead, and like I've always felt even when I was in elementary school, right? I would go to school and these teachers who would be 50 or 60 or whatever they were, old men, and I'd be like an 8-year-old elementary school kid, and they would look at you and say, "You will respect me because I'm an adult." And like I was never raised like that. I would say, well, how many moose did you kill to feed your family? How many cords of wood did you cut? How much did you suffer to make sure your family was okay. You know, like
Yeah.
going to a job and making the white man's money and coming home and turning up the heat. Like that when I was a kid, that never applied to me as like what you did to be, you know, the savior of your family, you know. So I've always felt a little older than people my age ever did, just because I was raised so differently. And like you said, I was imparted to the way my father and my grandfather were raised, which was fucking old school, you
Yeah.
know. I mean, no
Yeah.
electricity and shitting in an outhouse and killing and growing everything you ate. And so, and I still have a hard time. I mean, I've been down here for a few years, but it's like, you know, it's like I'm just a caveman, and your world frightens and confuses me sometimes. You know.
Yeah, living in a, like, you know, it's a whole, yeah, well, even like, you know, geez, 20 years ago, when you know, when we were youthful, we didn't have phones, did we? You know, do you remember getting the first phone? Gee, like, I
Yeah.
remember, what was it, I remember, yeah, I was at school, and I had a job. I've always worked, even when I was a kid. I always had jobs. That was one thing that was instilled in me, is work and earn money. And so I've always worked. And when I was at school, I worked at a supermarket, and so I always had more money than my mates because I was always doing hours, you know. So I remember I was the first to get a mobile phone, you know. But before mobile phones, we used to go and call on each other. Like, kids don't do that now, you know. Like, you know, you'd have to go and knock on someone's door and say, is John allowed out?
Yeah.
You know, like, you'd have to go around there and go, like, you know, excuse me, sir, can I see Penny?
Right. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
none of that shit now. It's like
Yeah. You just text Penny and say,
yeah, yeah,
no,
yeah.
I remember that too. Yeah, it was definitely a different. And Alaska's behind the times on top of that too.
Right, right.
So but yeah, I remember that too. It was and you always spent your time. I spent a lot of time, you know, with my granddad and stuff where there was nobody else. But when I would go to town but yeah, you'd go to the neighbor's house and is Sarah there? You know, and you'd
Yeah.
get all your friends, and then you'd go to the woods. And
Yeah,
you'd
no,
run around the
totally.
woods and
Totally.
sword fight with sticks that you found, and you'd find that one stick that looked like a gun, and all of a sudden, you know, and
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, I lived on an estate, but it was right in the, you know, it was in the Shires, so it's you know, it's rural, you know, and you just got, you know, just all countryside right next to the estate. So you'd go in from school, you'd throw your uniform off, would go down the big green and play footy there. Then you'd go home, have your dinner, then you'd go, can I go back out? And then you go back out, and you'd go down the woods, go over the brook, you know, be chasing girls down in the rapeseed fields, and you know, going to the old ruins and, you know, trying to find chicken jaw, you know, like proper rolling around in the, you know, nature. And now, you know, kids don't do that. They're missing out on so much.
yeah. Well, yeah, in society too, you know, like there's so many different reels and YouTube shorts, you know, where you see like the kids are fishing at a pond and some grumpy
Yeah,
old dude comes out and says, "This is a private pond. You got to get
yeah.
out of here." And
God
it's like,
damn it.
shit, man. They're like 9-year-old kids trying to catch some fish, like, you know, and like those
Yeah,
same old people will go inside and the next day say, "Oh, these kids today, they don't get out, they don't do anything." And
yeah, I know.
not just the kids' fault, you know.
No, no, it's not the kids' fault at all. It's
There's a lot of
conditions.
busybodies out there keeping the fun down.
Yeah,
Yeah, we used to have a good time. There's so much stuff we used to do that now is like such a, you know, such like a taboo thing. You know what I mean? Like you used to be in elementary school. You know, you'd always try to like go off and
so,
with the girl and everything, and like it wasn't this big a deal. And you know, people would go, "Oh, look at that! There's cute. That's their little boyfriend or that's their little girlfriend." You know, and then there was a time when people go, "Oh my God, you know, you can't do that. That's so ridiculous." And it's like, what in the world's going on?
yeah.
I blame Woodstock. I mean, it was all kind of a. I don't
Woodstock.
know what it was in your country, but you know, like.
Well, you had Woodstock, we had the Isle of Wight. So if you check out the footage and say which one was crazier, they're both pretty crazy.
They're both pretty
So,
crazy.
Yeah. I know why it was,
Who knew, like in the 40s and 50s and the early 60s when all the old people were talking about their conspiracies of, oh, this is happening and this and they were right. They were absolutely right.
Yeah.
But every generation wants to rebel from the one before it, but there was a time when people weren't like that. People worked at the family business and stayed on the family farm, and they would get married and they'd build a cabin on the other side of the property that the family lived, and like that was kind of the way to do things for much longer than what we're doing now, where people go, oh, I don't talk to my family, fuck them, I don't talk to my parents, they don't understand me, and like, what, it's just so weird. Hey, Rolo, is that you? Good to see you, man. You just missed Bill. This
From
is
the east of Mexico.
Man,
Hola.
Masters Maniac Mexico, Rolo?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No, nice to meet you.
Yeah. I'm so glad we didn't hear from you for a long time. So, and I don't want to give too much away, but so our friend here, he is a German, right? And he's currently, and I don't know for how long, but he now lives in the south of America.
Willkommen.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Yeah. It's good to see you, my friend. You just missed Bill. Yeah, see, John is from the Weird Fantastic Toy Adventure sect of the community, And so, but I'm always doing my best because I notice like there are friends that you have, but they're from kind of different areas, And so I'm always trying to say, hey, you guys come check out so and so, and y'all come check, you know what I mean? And people go, oh, I've never heard of them, and you go, well, you need to, because like I'm trying to grow the community,
Yeah, cross-pollination.
Cross-pollination, exactly. Here's Brett's conspiracy. What's under Rum's loincloth? Same thing that's under your run.
I'll tell you, Brett, it's long and distinguished.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
Yes, sir.
Your reputation precedes you by about 10.5 inches.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, Rolo, we do miss you, brother, and we hope all the best for you. Rolo was having some serious health issues, and he went missing for a while. And I know, at least speaking for myself, we all thought the worst.
Oh.
Because we didn't know if he had some of us in the community, like I know Gary, and I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying this, and a few of us, like we have contingencies where, like, hey, if I drop dead tomorrow, here's a list of people, and here's the password to my YouTube channel, so you can at least let people know, live stream the funeral or whatever, whatever we're gonna do.
It's a good idea.
It's good to see you back. Yeah, we definitely missed you there, Rolo. Good to see you. Yeah, gonna write Bill. Do that. And Dylan's, of course, is long and hairy and hard to carry.
Yep, you could choke a dozen donkeys on that.
That's right. Yeah, there you go. Well, we're glad. Yeah, I know quite a few of us hadn't heard from you, Rolo, and you just never know what happens to people. I know, formerly Jedi Bill, now Outlaw Bill. You know that guy?
Yeah, Jedi Bill, yeah.
Yeah, I know he had a remembrance for a YouTuber that I didn't know, but it's always
sad.
Well, it's sad, but it's also humbling and heartwarming to see people have like a commemoration.
Right, yeah, an outpouring from the community.
Yeah, and just to know how, I don't know anybody here. I know my kids, I know my wife, and I know my kid's mom. And everybody else I ever grew up with or family or whatever is pretty much gone. My parents are still living, but they live on the far side of the country. I don't get to see them all the time. I talk to them fairly regular, but It's just a different time.
That's right.
Yeah, Jerry Bill.
Jerry Bill.
I've been meaning to get on one of his karaoke's, but I just. Have you seen his karaoke streams?
Does he do that with Largo's Lair? Is that the music one?
No. I think I've seen Jim every once in a while on there, and I don't know what his schedule is. I think he used to have much more of a rigorous schedule than now. But yeah, every once in a while you'll see. And he's Outlaw Bill now. I mean, which if you're subscribed, it doesn't matter. But he changed his name. The Acolyte made him change his name from Jedi to Outlaw Bill.
Oh no!
He was like, I'm done.
Oh man, that was it. The final straw.
That was the straw right there.
Yeah.
Which,
oh dear.
I mean, it gets a little worse every time. I was out of it. Like, people talk about a lot of the Disney stuff, and like, man, I was mad about it when they took out Lak in the special editions.
Yeah.
And even the prequels. I'm one of the few. It's like that Mandela effect. You know what I mean? Like, people are like, oh, the prequels are pretty good, but they're really just comparing it to now. But in 1999, like, man,
they were hated back then. They were. Oh, mate, yeah, no, totally. People have a short memory, but the prequels were not loved at all.
Not loved at all.
No, and there was a big movement. There was an anti-George Lucas movement.
Yeah,
there really was. So
I was very disappointed in him.
So, but they have aged, and I think the Clone Wars helped, and you can start to see the world building a little bit. I think things with time settle down. I think there will be some things that will connect some of hopefully. I mean, the thing with these large storytelling worlds is it's about world building and connecting the dots and connecting the threads, isn't it? And so, there might be who knows, in 10 years' time, some of these stories might be connected in a way that makes the storytelling a bit better, and and there might be some, a bit more love for some of it. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Time's a bit of a healer. We'll see.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you're right. Time is a bit of a healer. I tell you what, though, I do get. I'm a big historian, and in that kind of, in a lot of ways. But that's Hey, Mr. Mike Fee, good to see you. But yeah, I'm one of the few that still, when people start telling me, oh, the prequels were pretty good, and I liked them, I go, what in the fuck are you talking about?
No, I remember. No, there was a. In fact, YouTube was full of, and well, not YouTube, but the internet. What there was of the internet. In fact, no, YouTube. When YouTube came about, there was a lot of anti-prequel videos, because I remember videos like Robot Chicken and all those ones did a lot of taking the mick out of the prequel videos.
Yeah.
So I mean, it came a bit later, but.
Well, it definitely became much more of a child's thing.
Yeah.
Which the originals, and even to me, the special editions did that. When you remove Lapteen Nick and put in Jedi Rocks, like, that was, to me,
Yeah.
It's like, this is not a film. This is not a revolutionary film. This is a Disney money grab.
Yeah.
And a cutesy Hakuna Matata thing. And I thought that then, and I was close to the main demographic of age that they were doing that for, but I had already been a Star Wars fan from the original.
To my recollection, Attack of the Clones was mocked and really derised. Revenge of the Sith was way better and brought some people back on. Clone Wars was anticipated, and then the first couple of seasons were a bit, but then by like third and fourth season, people started getting into that. So yeah, it's always up and down, isn't it? There's never been this, it's always, people look with rose tinted glasses at everything. There's never been this where everyone's been happy with everything. You know, it's
right.
Or it's subjective, isn't it? You know.
Well, we were all pretty happy with it between like 77 and 97.
Oh right, yeah, fair
Right?
enough. Yeah,
Everybody
fair
was
enough.
pretty in
Apart from the lack of content, apart from the
right.
apart
And
from
but
the
we ate up every bit of content that came out. Like there were some
fair enough.
books. There were some books that were more adult, and there were some that were a little more elementary, you know. But like most of us still read them all. And
Yeah, fair enough. And like things like Shadows of the Empire, that was awesome. I
oh
really enjoyed.
yeah,
Like I lapped that up.
that was so cool.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Mm-hmm. Did you see that? We're gonna get a Black Series Caesar. I think it's Black. Yeah.
Well, you know, Caesar. Has his pheromones.
Oh
Caesar.
yeah.
He seduced Leia with his pheromones. Old Caesar.
Yep.
Yeah, she was putty in his hands. Old, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They need to bring back Caesar. They had the Black Sun and the Clone Wars, but they weren't the same.
Right.
They need Caesar.
Yeah, and I'm not sure of the
Dash Rendar. Dash Rendar.
Dash Rendar was cool.
The Outrider.
Yeah, I like that whole every part of that. What do you call it? That story. That what do you call it?
Yeah.
There's a much more intelligent word. Shit. But anyway, that whole thing was great. Yeah, I like Shadows of the Empire. That was one of my favoriteest things that ever came out. Super cool. Super cool. And we haven't Clone Wars by the end of it was getting pretty cool, and I think a lot of us really like where you start to get that right, because all of us are OT fans. Like that's our thing. So when you get too far away from it one way or the other, it seems like it becomes a little less interesting. But like that was what brought the Bad Batch into limelight, was that you started to see stuff that was familiar and how you lead up to it, you know, like recent backstory of what we know as Star Wars, you know. And the Clone Wars did that too, I think, quite a bit. There was some pretty good. The first couple seasons, though, and like that guy's voice, like that 1927 serial, and this week on the Clone Wars. I thought, whose fucking idea was this?
Well, that was George, wasn't it? And his whole serialized, you know, the old war snippets, and that came from that, didn't it? I think, the old bulletins and the old, he's hammy and cheesy, George, isn't he? He's a proper,
he can be. He can be. But that's why one of the OT that we love so much, like he had a lot of help. And there was a lot of people that said, I think we should not do that.
Yeah.
And there's a few people in the community, like they don't like hearing that, but like that's kind of the case, and when he made the special editions, I saw the interviews where he said, well, I decided to make it the way I wanted it, which would clue you into, he had a lot of help and people that were
his ex-wife, his ex-wife for one, edited.
Yeah, his ex-wife. But like Spielberg was there with him, was giving him advice about stuff. And then what's his name? Jeff Baker? Is that his name?
No. He died recently. The producer you're talking about, aren't you?
I'm talking about the guy who made he made the Lak Chat mask and stuff. He had I can't remember his name now. I follow him on Instagram. I don't think he's dead. But they had a falling out over something. And conspicuously, that's how all of the things that guy contributed was erased in the.
Sorry, Gary Kurtz. Gary Kurtz is the producer on the original Star Wars that passed away recently, and a lot of people attribute, a lot of the things that are good to him. He was well thought of, I think. He was just. But yeah, no, there was a lot of, I think there was just a good coming together of a lot of, cool, creative people, from music to, props and and the obviously the model making was like, you know, revolutionary, wasn't it? The, you know, the miniatures and that whole thing was just, you know, next level.
Nobody's seen that on that kind of scale. There was definitely, I mean, even back into the 30s, right? Like there was a lot of good train wrecks and stuff that were models, but nothing like on the scale of.
No, and nothing that as realistic either. You know, there was always some dodgy lighting or whatnot, you know, that you could tell, you know. But yeah, the opening to Star Wars, I mean, you know, even now it holds up. You know, when you see the Tantive like coming across, and you've got the hum of the engines, and it's you know, pretty good shit. You know.
Oh yeah, yeah, it definitely is, and it's well, like when we were doing a lot of the Acolyte reviews, you know, that was kind of the, you know, a lot of people are disappointed, but it's like they're searching for that same feeling that they got from the OT. And like that's just not going to happen because like you said, it wasn't just Lucas, it wasn't just one idea, and it certainly had nothing to do with the people that we see now producing and writing. But it's like if you know, it's like that first time, you know, your first buzz, you're going to keep chasing it and you're going to keep chasing it and like you're never going to get that back. You're never going to get that back. So you have to enjoy it for what it is. There's our friend Rex.
Go Rex.
Hey, good to see you. Me and Rex had a super fun time the other day on his channel. We talked about vintage British wrestling.
Do you know? I actually was watching. I was a lurker. I was lying on my sofa.
I remember.
Yeah. I don't know if I commented, but I was watching.
I think you did because right at the end, I remember seeing you and BOE in the chat, which I just super cool.
He's a good guy. He's a top guy. Super sweet guy.
He's
and knowledgeable as well. A knowledgeable guy. You know, knows.
Oh
you know,
man, he was right with us on the westerns. We got to talking about westerns.
That's right. I was really interested in. He was pressing you on your top 5, I think, or top 3, and
it's
that's
super
a hard one to call.
It is. Man, that's what I grew up with. That was my thing, man. And that's why when he asked, you know, I said, well, we have to break it up into like because being like and I'm sure it's only an American disease, but like you have to break up westerns into John Wayne and non-John Wayne.
Right.
You know, because it's too easy to.
Yeah.
I mean, John Wayne had a lot of great films, so it is hard to pick out 5, let's say, in an order. But if you try to do westerns as a whole, not break apart the Duke, it can get kind of prejudice. You know, I guess would be the word. You know, because man, I mean, the John Wayne was like, I mean, he was the Americana thing. You know. That's I was, when I used to work at a school and I was a maintenance man, but every once in a while, like the young classes, I'd be in there doing something and they would have a movie day and they'd say, they'd ask me, what movie should we watch? And I'd tell them, I would say John Wayne, more John Wayne in schools is what I say. That should be the first thing we should start doing to try to turn all this shit around because you can just do what John Wayne does, baby, and you're doing fine. That's what I think. You know. Who is the John Wayne of your country? Oliver Reed, I guess?
Shit, that's a good question. Well, yeah, I mean, he was crazy, wasn't he?
He's a little more crazy than John Wayne.
God, that's a tough question. Yeah, he was a great actor, a drunkard, and a bit of a. Oh, mate, I don't know. I mean, Sean Connery, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe, I don't know. Laurence Olivier. I mean, there's some titans. You know, when you think about it.
Yeah, you definitely had some. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, Lawrence of Arabia's up there.
They're gonna. I can't remember if it was Deadpool or. I did see Horizon with Kevin Costner lately in the theaters too, but one of them in the previews, they're going to show Lawrence of Arabia for the anniversary in theaters.
Yeah.
And that'll be epic. I definitely am going to go see that. That was a great film.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, some great war films, I suppose. I mean, Obi-Wan, Alec Guinness has been in some great films over the years.
Bridge Over the River
River
Kwai.
Kwai, and yeah, totally. And Michael Caine is a bit more, I suppose is a bit more, newer, but Zulu and films like that, I suppose were.
I do like Michael Caine.
Yeah, you seen Zulu? That's a great film.
Yeah, Zulu. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
man. Yeah, I'm thinking of somebody. I don't know why. I guess I know why I can't think of it. But gosh, who is that guy? Oh, you know who I always liked, who I guess was a great actor, but always kind of played the same, was Sir Richard Burton.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally.
Like, talk about and I think John Wayne was a lot like he was on screen than off screen, and I don't think Richard Burton was like that necessarily.
Yeah.
But definitely the characters he played. And did you ever see Villain that had a young Ian McShane in it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was a crazy,
Yeah.
but soup, and one of the most realistic British fistfights of all time.
Yeah.
When they get and they have that, that briefcase in that they were stealing the money or whatever it was in that briefcase, and you remember when they got the briefcase to steal out of that car, they grabbed the handle, and then
And
the
it
handle
pulled up.
had a clamp.
Right.
And then it sprouted legs where you couldn't get away from it. That was an actual product that was marketed for quite a while during that time, and it featured in that movie, as a sales pitch. That was an actual product, which I thought was pretty interesting.
My grandfather used to make me watch all the old films, and actually a lot of westerns. Trying to think some of the ones that Pale Ride. Oh, there's a lot of Clint. Yeah, there was ones before. I don't know how you feel about Clint, but and the spaghetti westerns, but I love those. But they're probably not really considered proper westerns, are they?
No, I think they're and I believe that they're considered. They're obviously westerns, and they were made. Whatever part of them aren't Western per se, they were made as an homage, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Western is really is the true American history.
Yeah.
And it is the story of our country, and I don't think there's too many other genres in film that have that kind of
authenticity.
It's authenticity, and it's not just it's real, and for as hardcore and that they show on screen, like, it was much more hardcore.
There was
my grandfather doing his and that kind of stuff. Like, it was rough.
There was a beautiful TV series that Robert Duvall was in. Was it Lonesome
Dove? Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I watched
written by Larry McMurtry.
That was great.
Yeah.
Robert Duvall has been in some great films over the years.
Oh yeah, he was pretty amazing, and was in True Grit.
Yeah.
John Wayne.
Yeah.
Where he played Ned Pepper.
Yeah.
He's a great actor. He not too many years ago, he did that Open Range with Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
Which was quite magnificent. One of the most realistic black powder gunfights that's probably ever been shown on a screen.
Yeah.
Man. What's up, Rick? Good to see you. Lauren Green.
Oh yeah.
And Chief Dan George. Yeah, of course. Chief Dan George, man. He was a real thing. Lauren Green put out a bunch of albums, He was a big singer. Did you know that?
Oh, Peter Sellers, Gilly's just named. Yeah, he was a great.
Not too many westerns Peter Sellers was in, but
no, but a great British actor.
Oh, have you ever seen? I know you have, but have you ever seen the Muppets episode where Peter Sellers is the guest?
Probably, yeah. Probably.
Holy shit! It's awesome. And it's one of the few Muppet episodes, like when you watch it on Disney, like they put up the screen that says, "This is extremely racist," but instead of censoring it, we thought we would just tell you because it's part of the, and like he doesn't do anything that's,
No,
but like his first scene, he's a gypsy, and he's got But yeah, Peter Sellers and Spike Mulligan, baby.
Oh yeah.
That man, I love Peter Sellers was great, and he was loony, and he was out there. Dr. Strangelove is one of the, or how I've learned to forget about the bomb or whatever. Like,
yeah, that's great.
That's a man.
That's a crazy film. Yeah. That's Kubrick, isn't it? Is that Kubrick?
Yeah, that's Kubrick.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's a
wow.
What? Go ahead.
No. I just suddenly started thinking you were talking about conspiracies and stuff. And have you seen Room 237 or 236?
No, I don't think I've seen that.
It's a video documentary about a conspiracy theory about The Shining, and which was filmed at the same time or just after they filmed 2001: Space Odyssey, and so the whole thing is that Stanley Kubrick was so guilty about 2001: Space Odyssey, but he couldn't talk about it, so he put all these subliminal messages in The Shining, which indicates that this 2001: Space Odyssey was basically they developed the effects to do the moon landings hoax.
Oh, okay. I have not seen that, but now that you've explained it, I know someone has told me that. Like,
the rationale is that the Americans had the technology to go to the moon and did go to the moon, but they didn't have the technology to film it properly, and so they couldn't scare the Soviets, or they didn't have the footage to use as propaganda. So despite like this amazing achievement, they couldn't prove it. So they brought in Kubrick and some other people to try and create the footage, whether you believe that or not. But that's the story. And then and then in Room 237, they show all of this. Basically, Stanley Kubrick is telling you that. So even things like the carpet, the famous carpet, where the kid is going down the corridor on his bike, and it's got that 70s patinated carpet. If you look at the pattern of the carpet, it's an exact aerial bird's eye view of the space pad. Anyway, it's worth watching. It's interesting. There's a ton of space, and there's a ton of was it 11 or 13? Apollo 11, I think it was, wasn't it?
11.
There's a ton of Apollo 11 references.
13, I think, was with Tom Hanks.
Yeah. There's
I have heard about
there's
that.
a ton of Apollo 11 messages throughout The Shining.
Have you ever heard? Well, let me real quick on conspiracies. So the Dr. Strangelove, the whole catalyst of that film was fluoride in the water, right?
Right. Yeah.
And only now are we really learning that crazy colonel or whatever, general, whatever he was possibly quite correct about the fluoride, right?
Yeah. Is that like Erin Brockovich?
I don't remember what they were putting in the water that she found. Was it
I don't know.
fluoride?
I can't remember.
But that was and I've read and heard, because the days of us reading stuff are kind of over, but one of the big pushing points to Dr. Strangelove, which has to do with Kubrick and kind of like the government entity of kind of being a part of this, was to make somebody who was anti-fluoride look really crazy.
Ah, right.
That I've definitely read and seen there was a connection there, because that was about the time they were starting to do that and everything, and like, whether you believe it or not, it definitely seems like it might have been a priority for there to be a film that showed how completely unrealistic and lunatic it would be to be worried about your fluoride in the water.
Well, these are these classic misdirection techniques that that we perfected in the Second World War, and then you guys took to the CIA took to the next level. But yeah, it's like, you know, convincing Hitler that you're going to land on the beaches, you know, 100 miles away, and then you land on completely different beaches, and you know, and you know, having you know, body wash up with, you know, intelligence on him that, you know, tells you you're going to do something and you're going to do exactly the opposite. It's
the phantom army of
yeah.
of tent poles and tarps with trees.
Yeah.
And like, oh, there's millions of tanks out there. We're in deep shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different time. You know, there's definitely I mean, and I can get into, it's very strange how, you know, after the war, with the creation of the United Nations, you know, with the extraditing of certain people, that was almost, you know, not the execution, but the extradition of certain people was almost kind of the same end result, right?
Yeah.
You know, they said, hey, we've quarantined off this area for y'all. Y'all can have this back, and you all need to move there. And, you know, if you look at it in that standpoint, you go, well, what's the you know, there's obviously a main difference, but I'm saying the result of removing a sect of the population and basically putting them in their own area. It's like, it's kind of a strange idea there, you know. Go ahead.
I like watching conspiracy stuff. I like Oliver. What's your American director? The JFK. What's his name? Who he directed Platoon as well, I think, and a great American director.
Oh gosh, I love that film too.
He did JFK, and he did Nixon as well, which was great.
Gilster will tell you here in a minute if he's still in.
He did Nixon with Anthony Hopkins. And if you watch JFK and then you watch Nixon afterwards, they kind of, there's a bit of linkage.
Gilster to the rescue.
Oliver Stone, great, yeah. I know, you know, that's pretty controversial, that film, but it's really interesting to watch. I don't know if you've seen it. It's got the whole, you know, deep state conspiracy, you know.
Well, you know, conspiracy theory wasn't even a term until the government coined it.
Right.
Like it's and a conspiracy is only a conspiracy until it's proven to be true, which there's a lot. Man, look at what and I talk about this a lot. I was raised in the Native culture, but like, man, look at what the U.S. government did to the Native population in this country with their tainted beef and the, you know, and the blankets laced with smallpox. Like they're not to be trusted. And I feel like that's a very long, it's a very long proven fact, you know, but then all of a sudden in today's kind of fluoride on the brain type of, you know, society, people they just want to trust and be taken care of, even if it's to their own detriment, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely pays to be a critical thinker and not to take everything as it's told. I think recent times have potentially showed us that, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I had a friend who I was very close with. He's gone off the map now. But he worked as I don't know the whole story, but he worked as some sort of agent in a government. I don't know if it's necessarily ours or yours or whoever, right? But he was a very educated, very smart, very dangerous individual. But he told me, this was years ago when I was young, he's quite a bit older, and met him through different connections and stuff. But he told me, he said, if someone gives you a piece of information, you need to not only analyze the information, but then you need to analyze what you might do with that information, what actions you may take, what opinions you might, not just the one, but all of the possibilities, right? What could you do with that information? And then once you've realized the different avenues that you may take with that information, then you need to think about who benefits from that result of, right? And he said, then you can start to try to make an opinion about a subject.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, totally.
And like it takes a lot of brain power to do that. But
yeah, no, definitely. There's a film. I think John Singleton made a film called Higher Learning, and the end of the film. So it's about students at university learning stuff basically, and they're all in their like siloed groups. So you've got the black community, you've got the white community, you know, and they're all at university learning their history, and as a result of the learning, they form like hatred towards their groups, you know. So the end of the film is basically like unlearn, you know, unlearn.
yeah,
Like learn, but then unlearn, you know, like
yeah, people aren't giving you information for your own benefit. Most of it, they're giving you the information for their benefit or their friend's benefit or whatever it might be. Yeah, it's quite the time, you know, and we're inundated with so much information if we so choose to receive it, you know, with the phones or YouTube or, you know, whatever. It's not in the old days when we had to write letters and wait for a telegraph or get a newspaper from the city 3,000 miles away because you don't have one, you know, kind of a thing. It's just, have you ever heard this one?
What's he saying there?
Yeah. Well,
what's he saying there? I don't understand.
We've tried to analyze salacious there, but can't seem to get an answer for it. Yeah,
well, don't try and analyze me, Pete.
Right.
You know,
the two biggest say the word
enigmatic.
Two biggest one of those YouTubers.
Yeah,
we're a mystery right now.
We're a mystery. We're a riddle.
That's right.
We are enigmas wrapped in a paradox.
That's right.
That's right.
And holy men too.
Very holy, God-fearing men.
That's right.
That's right.
And at the end of the day, we're here to help.
That's right.
We have to do our part, which is the basis of a lot of our last however many minutes of conversation, you know.
Exactly.
Have you ever heard Super John's story about when his father worked for Kodak? I'm going back to the Kubrick moon landing comment.
I have.
You've heard that?
Of course,
yeah.
of course. Yeah.
Super. Yeah. I met John's dad when I met John too. Really cool, very neat. I only got to talk to him for a minute, but super neat old dude.
Oh, the Super John family are a beautiful family. I can honestly say I have never heard John say I can't never recall him saying a negative. I've never heard him utter anything negative about anybody or about anything. You know, he's a wholly positive, in an infectiously infatusiastic individual. You can't help but want. He's the type of person you want to hang around with because you feel after you've spent time with him, you feel enthusiastic yourself. You know, you feel like, you know.
Yeah.
So it's important to choose your friends carefully, and he's definitely one of those folk that's like he's great to be around, John.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt real honored to be able to go. I was working with Dylan, who was trying to give away free government blankets here.
Oh.
But I was working with Dylan, and Dylan lives about. Yeah, don't take any free blankets.
Yeah.
But we were working about 2 hours and 45 minutes north of John, where John lives. And I just felt truly blessed that he would have the time and want to interact. You know, I mean, it's a Saturday, and you know, I didn't give him super short notice, but you know, we all have things to do. But he was just so enthusiastic, and we went toy hunting and looked at some things and had lunch, and it was just super awesome.
Super awesome. Which hence the name.
Right. What you really, there's no false advertising there.
Yeah. No, totally. Totally. Yeah. No.
Wonderful.
No, it's a breath of fresh air. It's not coincidence that I've seemed to have found a lot of American friends on the internet because in the UK we have a very different sensibility, and you as you probably be aware, there's a great tradition in England over here of people like are very sarcastic, and we take the piss out of everybody, and that's great for a time, but it's also nice just being around genuinely, purely enthusiastic people, like if that makes any sense. If that makes
we do have like a culture of that, but it's certainly not as it's not as, I'm not going to say prevalent from individual to individual, but it's not something that we spend and I don't think everybody there does it, but like there's a lot of time spent over there where that is like the main form of communication.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And here there's when you find good ones, it's like nobody here has a problem with being real, And I don't know what makes that exactly. And being raised in Alaska and in the village, I see similarities with that culture that I was raised with and my family there with a lot of us on YouTube, and certainly as Americans as a whole versus like what you're talking about. Like there's where I come from, there's not a whole lot of taking a piss on people. Like, and if you do it, it's like for the moment, it's extremely timely, and everybody thinks it's funny, and it's done in the way where everyone, including the person maybe being made fun of, for lack of a better term, understands that.
Yeah.
And then it goes away.
Yeah.
And you go right back into, like, man, like I was raised, there's the toughest, meanest guys will have a problem and want to give you a hug and say, I love you, brother. Thank you very much. And like, you don't see that. Even, there's a lot of places you don't see that kind of camaraderie. And
no, like growing up, like with like watching American culture and stuff in the 80s, it was all about the American dream, and so like the perceived, and I think it bears fruit. There's definitely a more optimistic and ambitious outlook and mentality, whereas in England it's looked down upon to fly your flag, or the people don't fly. There's a bit of a change. There's a bit of an uprising recently, as you've probably seen on the news, but historically it's like frowned upon to even fly the flag, or there's a very not a very different mentality for sure. So
absolutely, Rolo. And I hope I didn't say anything too revealing or too. There's nothing but respect and love for you, my friend. So please, mum's the word. And I hope I didn't go against your wishes up until this point. As nothing but respect for you, my friend. Absolutely, okay. Absolutely. Yeah, times times are quite a bit easy. And I mean, I see this. I mean, when I grew up, I mean, you could live in town and live in the same kind of society that even 30, 40 years later now today, there's a lot of similarities. But the way I was raised, and it's a lot like Westerns, the beautiful thing about a Western to me in that time period is when someone is kind or righteous or does the right thing, it's because they know that they need to do that, right? There is no worry of a law or a government or public opinion. They're doing it because that is the right thing to do. And that can kind of only be bred in a society that's not so easy to be in, as far as
right, you're talking about resilience, maybe.
Yeah, it's much easier to have a good attitude when shit ain't that great.
Right? Yeah, you appreciate. You're far more appreciative, and far more, Yeah, no, I get that completely.
Yeah.
Well, you can't really grow without failing, can you? That's the whole part of learning, really.
Yeah, amen.
And if you give everyone, if you tee something up for somebody and give them everything, and they never go through that journey themselves, and they never learn the virtue in, they don't learn the lessons of of the journey, So that's why there's this guy that does these lectures. I can't remember what his name is, but he says we've created too much of a health and safety culture now, that we are protecting kids too much. And actually, the top 5 things that we tell parents not to do was we should be doing the opposite. So we should let kids play with fire as early as possible, not protect them, let them play with fire as early as possible, so they burn themselves and learn. They learn that themselves,
Yeah.
rather than putting everything in cotton wool and over creating this sensitivity culture where you can't do or say anything without fear of insulting. Actually, you need to learn to deal with things yourself. If so.
Well, what's that famous quote by, and many people said it, but like Elon Musk said, like freedom of speech doesn't mean anything until it's something disagreeable.
Right.
And then it can create thinking and debate, and we can all grow from that kind of an idea. But if it's a head down, get in line, soil and green as people kind of a thing, then where's the growth? And there's been a real stagger in growth in the world, really, in the last however many years. Think of, between the 1880s and the 1920s, just the revolutionary stuff that came around, and the inventions and the ideas. And now, you go somewhere, like, especially in a lot of jobs I do, very often when somebody has an idea to do something, and they say, why do we do this? And why is it not done like this? They say, because the answer is because that's how we've always done it.
Yeah.
And like, that hasn't been our opinions as humans, traditionally. I've only worked at one job where head guys will tell you, hey, if you think there's a better way to do this, by all means, speak up.
Yeah.
By all means. And there used to be, somebody would come up with an idea and they'd say, well, fuck it, man, let's try it. And if it didn't work, that was fine, because we all agreed it sounded good enough that we should try it.
Yeah, Elon Musk has got some great philosophies, actually. One of them is for every new step you add in, try and remove 4, or for every rule you create, try and remove some. So otherwise you just you stagnate, or you reduce productivity and efficiency by overburdening with, hey famous girl,
Hey,
we were talking about sensible stuff, but now you're here. we're back to.
He just woke up Rum. Rum was saying it
back
was just Bob and Lak,
Bob
and then Rum said,
Bob was boring the hell out of me with a load of boring shit, and now you're here.
I love it when we're able to talk about, we have in some way having a platform, like sometimes I feel obligated to not just kind of waste it. Does that make sense? Like, it's good to have fun and you show our shit and everything, but it's really cool to have refreshing, meaningful conversation,
Well, I'll let Bob do that. I'm definitely more, I don't. Bob can do that, but I'm definitely, more concerned about Lady Catherine's Babylons.
Oh, well, I could see that.
Yeah.
She is driving home from going out. Where'd you go? Oh, she's driving. I guess we can't ask her too many questions.
If she's going out, I hope I hope you're coming home on your own.
Yeah, from going out. Yeah, I'm sure she is.
Otherwise, the keepers will have to,
Well, there's not much we could do about it, but
we'll have to give.
But I trust Kat's judgment. She seems to. She's gotten this far.
Well, she's got a lot of. She's got a lot of suitors.
Yeah, she definitely like she would have
the. They all want access.
Yeah, she definitely has the pick of.
Yeah.
Almost anybody I know. I'm in the driveway, so she's safe.
Good. On your alone.
That's your biggest word.
Alone.
She's
actually,
somebody else has the phone, and she's just telling them what to say. Cat's Lady Cave. Well, do you have enough room in your harem? Because I know, what's her name? Aisha. She's been a big member of your.
Plenty of room. Plenty of room in the harem. Oh yeah. I mean, look at me. I'm skin and bones. I mean, they've sucked the, life out of me. I mean,
well, somebody definitely make you a sandwich. It seems like
they keep me busy. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Fucking and fighting are the only two exercises I hardly get anymore. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't been in a fight in a long time. Lucky for me, and lucky for everybody else, I guess too. But I don't shy away from them. I got into it with somebody at the Walmart the other day, but they.
Oh.
Well, I think I mean, I was prepared because I'm. I try not to say anything, but then there's a point. There's that John Wayne part where you say, "Hey, motherfucker, do you not have a mom or a grandmother that taught you that that's bullshit?" And they just slumped away, and when they got 15 feet away, they said, "Oh, well, fuck you! I'd have kicked your ass." And and it's like, I'm still standing here. Let's fucking go. I don't care.
Yeah, you got to be careful over there. The big differences over there is they could pull the strap out on you, whereas over here it'd be a punch up, and then that's it.
Well, Lak
is packing.
Lak is healed all the time. Lak is always ready, and when I'm out with my cubs, I carry extra.
Lak packing.
Lak has packed since very young. Growing up in the woods, I mean, grew up carrying a firearm at an extremely young age, and yeah, here it's I mean, I don't want to sound negative, but here it is almost a necessity because that's the thing. I remember I used to carry like a regular revolver because I'm old school, and then one day you realize, holy shit, I have 6 bullets and there's 14 of them.
Yeah,
time to upgrade, and it's just like, you got to be ready. You need a saber. That's what you need.
Oh, don't you worry. I've got a saber. Don't you worry about that.
Excellent. It's good to hear.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Go ahead.
I'm also trained in the Quackian arts. The Quackian, yeah. I've got all kinds of. Yeah, mate. I've got some crazy skills.
Monkey lizard style.
Yeah, monkey lizard style.
Yeah. People are familiar with the crane or the tiger or the snake, but the monkey lizard style, you really got to worry about.
That's right.
Also, drunken master. That's the one thing that changed when I had kids. Like when you don't have kids with you, and even now I have children, but if they're not with me, you're ready to tussle at any minute. But when you have your kids, you think, we need to avoid this if possible. And if it does go this way,
be prepared.
We're going straight to the heavy artillery because you can't get in a fist fight with your baby in your arms.
Is there a martial arts from Alaska? Like around the world, there are different forms of fighting.
What's big in Alaska is wrestling and boxing. It's not necessarily a traditional, ancient thing.
There were only 2 indigenous forms of martial arts from Britain. Obviously, boxing is obviously the main one, but the second one, the sweet science. But the second one is Barjitsu.
Oh yeah, I know Barjitsu, baby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Know me some Barjitsu.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So that's what Sherlock Holmes practiced, and
are you familiar with Colonel William Fairburn?
Oh no, tell me.
Oh my gosh! So William Fairburn from your country, he was he did a lot of things, but one of his big beginnings was he was a police officer in, oh my gosh, Shanghai, back in the pre-turn of the century. The last, not this one that we were in, but the one before.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, yeah, sorry.
Hong Kong.
So he was a police officer in Hong Kong, and he is credited with over 300 gunfights.
Yeah.
And he got in a lot of hand-to-hand stuff, and he was one of the Barjitsu kind of came from what he kind of brought back. It wasn't called that. He called it Defendo.
Oh.
Defendo. And that has kind of evolved into what we know now as Barjitsu, right? But so Fairburn, he was in over 300 gunfights. He was in a lot of hand-to-hand combat, killed a lot of people. And by the time World War II came out, he was an older gentleman. And he wrote a lot of good books. There's some training films on YouTube that you can find. But when the Allied countries decided that they needed to have what we now, and back then they called them commandos, right? The idea of a commando unit was not special forces, right? Special forces are a group of guys that do a lot of training and they're experts, and you take a lot of time to train them. Well, during the war, they had the concept of a commando, which was, we don't have the time to teach these. We don't have time for these people to be training. We need to show them what to do, and we need to put them out there. And Fairburn was the guy who trained all the British commandos and all the Allied forces commandos were trained by William E. Fairburn.
That's cool.
Wow, and that's cool. He invented quite a few. There's some older types of firearms that mostly revolvers that have the trigger guard cuts off. There was one featured in one of the Bond books on the cover. You remember it had a revolver with a rose.
Oh.
And if you find that book cover, the front of the trigger guard is cut off. He had a revolver that he customized. He cut the barrel extremely short. He rounded the back of the grip. Most grips have a square, especially at that time, they have a square back. He had it rounded, and he was one of the first to have custom finger grooves put into the grip, so he could repeat his grip. And he bobbed the hammer, right? Most revolvers, they have a hammer. He had that cut off, so it would snag free, and he cut the front of the trigger guard off. But he basically invented that style, and it went on to be used by Texas Rangers in this country. Colt Firearms made a series of revolvers way later in the between the 40s and the 60s called the Fitz Special, and the guy who claimed to invent it was this guy named Fitz, but he didn't invent it. It was a Fairburn. Man, he probably one of the baddest mamma jammas to ever walk the planet. And during the wars, he trained all the commandos, but he brought back what he called Defendo. And a lot of open palm strikes, a lot of close-in stuff. He has some amazing books, Shoot to Kill, Kill or Be Killed, Gutter Fighting. And he was the authority on not just self-defense, but, not proactive. Not defense, but offensive combat fighting.
Yeah.
But and amazing, one of my favorite. And later on, there's probably a lot of people who are familiar with the Fairburn Sykes dagger. You probably remember the Commando dagger from World War II, the British one, double-sided, had the had like the coffin-shaped handle that was round. That was an invention from Fairburn. All of that stuff came from him, man. And there's some great YouTube videos that show training videos from World War II where he's showing, because it's amazing. He's one of my favorite historical figures. That's fairly obscure unless you're into
I've not heard that.
Combat shooting or anything like that.
No, I've not heard that. I mean, I've heard all the stories of, how like we created the special boat squadron, and they would do, they started out just basically using canoes to go and put mines on German U-boats, and that's kind of how some of those crazy special forces groups were formed. But no, that's a cool story. Yeah, there have been some other kind of, I suppose, British martial bare knuckle fighting. Obviously, if you go back earlier, there's long sword and pugilism and all of that, I suppose.
Quite a bit of longsword and saber.
Right.
I love, man. I'm definitely into the. You have to check out Scholar Gladiatoria channel, Matt East.
Okay.
Very, he's an antique arms dealer, and he has an awesome channel. Goes through a lot of historical accounts, and he's one of the head HEMA practitioners, historical European martial arts. It's called HEMA, and cool guy, extremely informative, and
but Bar Titsu's cool, man. I like they had a go, didn't they, at showing it in the modern Sherlock Holmes films, but that was kind of a little bit more of Robert Downey Jr.'s wushu, I think. But there was definitely some play with like the canes and things like that, which was a whole part of it, like using the cane or using things in your surroundings as weapons, and as defensive or blows, or but it's like the gentleman fighter, isn't it? It's like
there are no rules. In World War II, there was with American troops. I'm sure maybe any of the Allied troops the armies might have had this problem, and this is where they got Fairburn, but they had a real problem with a lot of American boys being brought up with like the fair fight mentality,
Okay.
And so it was really hard, and it was a big important deal to try to break that down to guys in boot camp to make them understand, like. And there's some great training videos, and the guy in the video literally says Queensberry rules do not apply here.
Yeah.
You kick the man when he's down, because during that time in society, that was not something that was really, you were a real piece of shit if you didn't let a guy get back up.
Yeah.
In a fight, and like that was during the first part of the war. It became very evident that a lot of American troops were not as vicious as they should have been, because they had this Western upbringing of fair fights and all this kind of stuff. And Fairburn was one of the reasons they brought him in, because Kill or Be Killed is the name of one of his most important training books of all time.
Yeah. Also, they weren't like out of their minds on methamphetamines like the Nazis were, like
we didn't really get into that till now,
not till later on.
My dad was in Vietnam, and there was definitely some quite a bit of substance taking to combat different things.
Yeah, well, the Nazis really studied that up, and Hitler was determined to create the ultimate fighter, and they went to all kinds of lengths to, outmatch the Allies and the Soviets.
They're definitely committed. I mean, that's the one, there's no rooting for the Nazis or whatever, but man, they were using all of their brain power and they had no qualms about the end result,
No.
They were definitely committed.
For sure.
And who knows what they were doing in Antarctica? I guess us as regular civilians still don't know.
Right? No.
They try to say that he was looking for oil, but I don't believe that. I think that's just what they say to people to make them go on to the next subject, and the Nazis were super into aliens and the occult.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, what's under the ice? What's under the ice? I mean, there's a continent under there, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
So God knows what's buried under there. I mean,
Yeah, they definitely found something that would have changed all of history,
Yeah.
For everybody. Just the knowledge of it being there, I guess,
Yeah.
What's that famous? There's a bunch of maps, from the 14 and 1500s that were redrawn from older maps that show Antarctica, even though Antarctica wasn't discovered until 1827 or something. I could be off on that. Don't quote me, but there's a lot of maps that predate that show plainly Antarctica on a map. And so it's not like we as a society, and that goes back to like the civilization pre-Younger Dryas. There's a lot of shit going on there. And Atlantis, right? Like the whole story of Atlantis comes from, what was Socrates' teacher's name? Gosh, I'm so bad at all this, but I'm bad with names. But Socrates' teacher, he actually went to Egypt, and the Egyptians were the ones who told him in great detail about Atlantis and explained to him where it was. You go through the Straits of Gibraltar, you go west for so long, and there's an island. And then if you go a little further, there's another island, right? Well, the one island is still there. And, they've basically found 300 feet below sea level a place that was an island that probably is Atlantis. There's a lot of people trying to say it was over and it's in the top of Africa, but if you look at the original words of the story, the Egyptians went on to explain exactly where it was. And if you find that spot, 340 feet below the ocean sea level is whatever 6 rings, and like it's Atlantis. It's right there. Like it's not a
well, off the
story.
coast of off the coast of North Africa, you mean? That's what we think. There's a few locations that are.
There's a few locations.
They think like there's a lot of people that think it's off the coast of Portugal. There's people that think it's off the coast of North Africa, like where Alexandria is in the Med. There's people that think it's in Nigeria. Who knows, man? Who knows? But you're right. I mean, there was definitely some ancient civilizations that we don't have the knowledge of for sure. Maybe one day we will. Who knows?
Man, who knows? It would be. There's definitely a lot going on out there that I don't know what Cat thought it was what?
Was it Plato or something like that?
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, was it Plato, not Socrates?
Maybe Plato. I'm not sure.
Well, I know that he got that. Oh, okay. Socrates' teacher was okay. I'm super bad with the. I can't remember past.
You're forgiven. You're forgiven. It was a long time ago.
I do know that there is, scriptures written from, because that story was told to Socrates from his teacher, who went to Egypt and was told that firsthand, and that's where the description of where it is from the Straits of Gibraltar, and so there's a lot of these other places that. And like Randall Carlson and people like that go into it, but if you read the entire excerpt, you realize that there's quite a few of these other places that they say can't be it, because the original Egyptian description gives a fairly specific point how to find it. And a lot of these other places are like nowhere near that, And so, but it'll be interesting. I don't know if we'll ever learn anything revolutionary in our lifetime, because there seems to be so much controlling entities that, we're all serfs on the fiefdom, or fiefs on the serfdom, whichever. I can't ever. But we're all that now,
Well, I think some of the coolest shit is what Elon Musk's doing with all this SpaceX stuff. Are you following all of that? It's there are these on a different topic, but in our lifetime, we may even see, a moon base maybe, or or the early trials of trying to get to Mars. Do you follow all the SpaceX stuff, Lak? It's absolutely.
I don't. I used to follow it quite a bit when I was in school, and I don't follow it as much. But
he's crazy.
I'm always rooting for Elon Musk, man.
Yeah, he's crazy. What he's built in Texas at what's it called, Boca Chica. Like he's built a whole a whole star base there, and he's aiming to build 1,000 rockets a year. He needs 1,000 rockets to get to Mars, and well, they're going to build a moon base first. But yeah, he's insane. It's insane what he's doing, building rockets that can land. No one's ever done that before.
Yeah, that is When I first saw that footage, I was skeptical, but then I saw enough of it later where I went, okay, I see that.
He's the schniz for sure.
There's a company that's like a sub company of Musk's, or he at least owns quite a bit of it. I'm sure he's in control. I can't think of the name of it now, but they're working on basically a large CNC type machine that they will launch into space that will orbit, right? And they've now coming out with like we all know about 3D printers, right? Well, and I used to be a big time machinist, but now they have 3D printers that will print in alloys, and you can print these steel parts and go directly onto a machine with them.
Yeah.
And so and it's not super big in the news because it's probably not as glamorous as some of the other stuff, but that's like one of his big ideas is to be able to manufacture these products in orbit.
No, for sure, and also using regolith on the moon, using moon dust.
Mm-hmm.
So they built 3D printers that will mine it's called regolith or regolith. It's like moon dust basically.
Mm-hmm.
It will mine it in one side, and then it will use the 3D printers to glue it to create structures,
right?
Like create 3D structures. So they're going to build these, like these building structures out of the the moon rock. It's incredible.
Yeah, when they're able to not have to launch every single ounce of payload, that will be the turning point of really taking off, I think.
Definitely, that's the kicker, isn't it? Getting out of or getting into orbit is the problem.
It's the bitch of the whole thing. It really is. And man, I'm waiting for them. I remember at one time, I'm sure somebody's working on it, but when are we going to land some boosters on a meteor and mine it and bring it down? We don't have to bring it down, but we could all just get jobs mining.
It's crazy, like meteor, adamantium,
everything, but there's supposed to be more silver in
vibranium.
Yeah, there's supposed to be like more silver in a whatever size, meteor than there is deposited on the northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there may be a lot of a lot of big economic people who don't want that to happen because, of course, you might, you're going to flood the market and maybe it's not as, you may not all get rich, but
all the Earth's gold has come from meteors, hasn't it?
That I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Do you know this came about I was in a quiz, and this was a question in the quiz, like, where does gold come from? And I was like, I had a background of doing geography and geology, and I was like, well, I can't remember those lessons exactly, but if I was a betting man, it would be normally like, precious stones and gems and things come about through pressure of rocks and water and pressure, and so I would have thought it's something to do with that, but it was like, no, the answer was it's from meteors that have hit the Earth.
Really?
So all of the gold has come from outer space. Yeah.
And then so how do
someone can fact check that, but I'm pretty sure that's
I would love to know.
That's
gold. Finding gold was always, when I was younger, that was, everybody took the summer to go. And a lot of us, where it is and how heavy it is and where to maybe look for it in a stream and stuff. But it was, I never knew that it would come from meteors because there's definitely large deposits in certain areas, which usually on the tops of very large jagged mountains, and without any kind of like strip mining or whatever, the best you can do is go downstream and find an eddy or whatever where the current's depositing it because it's heavier than everything else, but we'll have to go look. I know some places. I'm positive that my grandfather had a secret gold place.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. Like it's from. It might not have been meteors. It might be like some kind of supernova or some kind of space event or something. But yeah, I thought, well, it must be formed through natural.
Right, you think it's like coal or.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like, but well, anyway, if someone might fact check that, I might be wrong, but.
No, that's super interesting. We'll have to one day when you come to Alaska, we will go find some gold because I've been doing a lot of topographic map studying and different things, and like from the access that I knew my grandfather had, I've got 2 places that I just know if we go there and dig, we're gonna find it.
That's cool. I like watching those panning channels.
Oh yeah, the gold. Yeah, that's fun stuff.
Yeah, they're cool. Those guys are crazy.
When I was working on the slope in Alaska, and we're driving machinery, a lot of basically the same machinery that you see on those gold shows, you know. And on our time off, we'd all be huddled around a TV and we'd watch that show. And you know, they'd come out and they're all doing the same shit we're doing. And they'd say, "Oh, they got $8.7 billion worth of gold," and we'd all look at each other and go, what are we doing here? Like, let's call these guys, you know, we should be working there. What are we doing? You know? So, but that was always a fun time watching those shows. But yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, I guess they're called amateur gold miners, but I've known some guys that did very well as an amateur.
Well, imagine what the gold rush was like. That must have been crazy times. Just like, you know, going back to your westerns, but that was what the whole premise, wasn't it, of going west and
a lot of
finding your fortune. You know, mining and finding your fortune, and you know, getting your land or mining or searching for gold or.
And if it wasn't that, it would be, you know, something like a lot of people went out to farm and grow apples in Oregon and all that kind of stuff. But you know, there's a lot of like real cowboy-esque guys that were, you know, they just thought, well, I don't want to fucking work that hard. You know, I don't want to live on you know, that's what they ran away from in the eastern part of the country. You know, I didn't want to pick tobacco in Virginia on my dad's farm. Why would I go to Oregon and grow apples? I don't want to do that. So yeah, the gold rush was a big thing. Alaska was one of the last places, you know, that had the great gold rush, and there's still a lot of gold up there too because it's so remote. And there was a very brief part of time where there wasn't a lot of regulations, and so people were going in there and they were really stripping stuff, and but then regulations came around, and so there was no more. They had to stop doing, and a lot of those mines pulled back, and you know, were unable to mine those areas, and now they're so far out. Like there's so much of a percentage that has not been found, unlike a lot of other places in the lower 48, you know, of the United States.
What year was Alaska purchased?
Alaska was purchased in like it was Seward who did it. So when would that be? That's like 1867, maybe.
Yeah. And I do remember.
2 cents an acre.
I do remember. Like it was what was it, $1 million or something crazy.
Yeah, I think it was 2 cents an acre, and I can't remember how many. You know, even at 2 cents an acre, it was quite a chunk of change because Alaska's massive. But
yeah,
but you know, there'd been people going up. Yeah, there you go. Look, bam, 1867.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. By Seward, and it was called Seward's Folly there for a long time.
But. And before then, what was? I mean, maybe you might not know this, but what was the administrative structure like before then? I don't suppose you know.
Like with the Russians, the Russians basically were only around the coast. They were really into there you go, 7.2 million. Yeah, so at 2 cents an acre, you can divide that. But the Russians, like even today in Alaska, the only real Russian established towns are just right around in the coast. They never made it inland because it just was not something. I mean, there obviously, I'm sure, were explorers that did. But like even today, you know, if you want to see like Russian Orthodox churches with all the wood painted gold and those turquoise domed, you know, those are all on the coast. And I think it was mostly the seal fur trade.
Yeah.
And then past that, there was a little bit further inland, it was a big agricultural thing, but that really kind of came about more of just sustaining the population that was there.
Mm.
But then later on, especially like in the American gold rush, the Russians didn't really know anything about any of the gold and if they did, it was further inland that they didn't have any kind of idea. I think the Russians probably explored maybe 0.1% of of all of Alaska, but most of the coast had been discovered and rediscovered by lots of the Japanese were in Alaska. Man, they've been going there hunting the whales for thousands of years.
And what was the purchase? What was the what was the intention of purchasing it? What was the major objective?
That I'm not sure of. I would have to dig more into that.
Because it was possibly too early, really, unless it's really forward thinking.
Well, the first Alaska gold rush didn't happen too long after '67.
Right. I suppose what I'm getting at is it was like the objective was economic rather than territorial. Like it wasn't,
I think there was definitely spear pointed by economics, because there certainly wasn't any kind of, it wasn't like
there was no conflict exactly. Like unless that was really like forward thinking, to create like a territorial barrier between North America and
I think it was definitely a forward thinking. I'm sure the government had a lot of feelers out there and probably had discovered that there was quite a lot of gold. And one of the main things that I know the government did know about that was more sought after before they ever found gold was coal.
Right.
That was a huge, and I still have pictures somewhere. The village where I'm from, if you get photographs from even as late as like the 1920s, there's hillsides, and the whole tops of the hills are coal. Like you could literally, it was just that the erosion would slump off part of the hillside into the river, and it would expose these giant coal veins. And that was definitely one of the bigger crops that was sought after up there. Like one of the first big pushes was to go get coal.
I want to read up on it. I'm surprised that there may have been some opposition from us, maybe. Obviously we were controlling Canada at the time. There must have been some opposition to the purchase, I would have thought.
I'm sure. I tell you what, though, I know that there was a lot of hard, and even today in like the northwest part of Canada, like it's a hard place to have any kind of control, and probably even more so back then.
Yeah.
So I kind of think, they might have just kind of said that is way too much. That's way too much work.
Yeah.
I think that I would think even economically too, because I know that they didn't build a road until, gosh, when did the Alcan start? I don't think it was completed until after the war. And, there was a lot of people that they'd been marking the trail, and there was two guys on motorcycles, like in the turn of the century, that went from, wherever, Grand Prairie or whatever the northernmost actual Canadian city at that time was.
But it's British. Is it British Columbia that connects to Alaska?
It's the Yukon territories
that
connects, right to it. And then you get, it's been a long. I've driven it like 7 times, but then Alberta, I believe, is the next, and then British Columbia kind of has like it'll come over, but I don't think British Columbia actually touches the Yukon, but it gets close. So I think it's the Yukon territories, and then I guess it would be this way, Alberta, and then BC, Prince Rupert. Yeah, and that's coastal though. I know there was a lot of intercoastal trade. That was the big thing. Oh God, the Tongass National Forest. They still have those big. The redwoods in California get all of the commercials and all that kind of stuff, but we still have the Tongass National Forest, which starts not very far north of Prince Rupert.
I wonder if Left Coast knows, but yeah, there must have been. I mean, Canada in 18. When was it bought? 1867. That would,
I'm not sure all of what Canada was doing, but I know that a lot of it was until the airplane, you weren't getting anywhere and taking any kind of infrastructure, anywhere. And Alaska's still the same way. That's what saved a lot of the natives up there from being put on reservations and being rounded up, unlike the natives in the lower 48. Is it was just so vast, and there was just no reason to deal with it.
Yeah. Canada didn't get independence until like the 70s or the 80s. So this was still British controlled back then. So yeah, pretty interesting history lesson to know what the feeling was about the American buying up of Alaska, and whether that was how that was seen. Interesting to know that.
There was a gosh, and I can't remember, but there was y'all were in quite a big war with like the Prussians and the French and everybody else right around that time too, weren't you?
I think by then we'd 100% had occupation of Canada. Yeah, totally.
Oh,
yeah,
totally. I mean, where literally in Europe, I think Britain was involved because there was I wish I could remember the name. What is it? The Crimean War?
Oh, the Crimean. Yeah, well, that was 100%.
That was because I know there was a lot of American Civil War veterans who, inevitably veterans can't go back to society, and I know a lot of them came over there to fight with y'all because that was their new job. Was that the Crimean War?
Yeah, it was like 1850s or something like that.
Was it? But it lasted quite a while. I know there was something that y'all were doing, and that might have just been a preoccupation. Y'all might have been so busy doing.
There were Americans, weren't there? I think there were Americans in the Crimean, weren't there?
No, I don't think we fought in that one. We didn't fight it. There was a lot of whatever war that y'all had over there post 1865. I do know that there was a lot of American veterans from the Civil War that did go over there, and a lot of like Confederate generals and stuff that ended up going over to Europe and siding with whoever, whether it's on both sides, because I've read about that when I was younger, because there would be guys that graduated at West Point together and fought in the American Civil War, and then they went over to Europe, and one of them is hired as a general for the Prussians, and the other one's working for y'all, and they meet each other on the battlefield.
Oh, the Crimean was bloody. I think that was when Florence Nightingale became famous, I think, for nursing work, I think, if I'm right. You heard of Florence Nightingale? She was famous. But Crimea, that was a bloody war. And then I don't know. There was the Boer War. I don't know if that was the one that was next. That was at the turn of the century.
Mm-hmm. And then there were two of those, right?
The Boer Wars. Yeah, it was. Well, I don't know if it was two. It was definitely over. It was definitely.
Well, and I think at least from what the literature we get, but there's definitely something called the Second Boer Wars.
Oh, you might be right.
Whether or not globally it was considered two different actions, I don't know. But I know at least in our books
that was a nasty one as well.
Those Boros.
They're all nasty. I mean, they're all. Yeah, those African. Yeah, they're tough. Tough.
I used to cut when I first moved here. I used to cut trees with a guy who was from South Africa, a white South African, and man, just talk about. I was just at home with him. It was just like being with somebody where I was from. It was just like, not raised like people around here.
Yeah.
Super happy, and fun to be around and positive and having a good time and work like hell and tough, you know, and
proper tough. Yeah, I worked with a
proper
girl. I worked
and
with
humble. You know, a lot of
yeah,
people be tough.
yeah,
You gotta be like mean and nasty and shitty, and like the toughest guys are just happy to be alive because at any minute we might not be.
yeah. I worked for a while with a girl from South Africa, and she was hard as awesome girl, African or like Dutch, origin, or
Mm-hmm.
worked from a homestead or a farmstead or whatever in South Africa, and yeah, I know what you're saying, like proper like bush knowledge and like hot like can properly look after herself,
Yeah.
strong and
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. The few.
Definitely like you want her on your team if you're going into
Yeah.
that,
Yeah. Roll and there. I can't remember what year it was, but I guess it was like when Mugabe got back in.
Oh,
Whoa, are we there? Oh,
still on.
When whatever year it was, but like 15,000 South Africans immigrated to Florida, like in a very short amount of time during that Robert Mugabe fiasco,
Right.
And so the guy I worked with, like, a lot of them stayed together. They were all friends, and so like, yeah, I got to hang out with a lot of them, and it was just like being back home, man. I mean, it's just like proper village wise people,
Yeah, well, they might have been Rhodesians or Zimbabweans, maybe, as well, because
Well, I know my one
was...
friend definitely from South Africa, and that whole situation over there were like that was the beginning of kind of the downfall there because it became like a continent wide idea, from what's his name, the true meaning of the Mandela effect, right? I don't want to get
Oh,
into
right, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
but
Here's a crazy like quiz fact. There is a landlocked country that's surrounded by South Africa. Do you know that country?
no, but I feel like I have heard this. What's the name of it?
And I actually, as a kid, my granddad used to collect. My granddad was a great character, and he collected stamps. And he used to take me to these stamp fairs. He goes, right, and he used to collect German stamps like imperial, and and he goes, right, I'm going to take you to these fairs. You've got to pick a country, and then you're going to collect those stamps. So I picked. So this random stamp fair, all these old cronies. I picked this country, and I collected all of their stamps. And so it's landlocked. There's no water. There's no it's surrounded by South Africa, and it used to be when it was under the British control. It was called Basutu land, and now it's called Lesotho or Lesotho. Lesotho.
Really?
Yeah. Little quiz, little. There's one for that comes up in a quiz. What's the land? It's Lesotho.
You will be my lifeline. I'll call you.
Yeah, you go.
I wish I had like a rainbow and a star so I could say the more you know.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome.
Little
Yeah, I've always wanted. When my dad and we used to build a lot of safari rifles, and there's probably not a professional hunter in Africa who does not have a custom built rifle from me and my dad's old company. And I never got to go over there, but we would do a lot of big safari shows here in America, and we would meet all these guys, and of course, like, the Peter Capstick, and William Bell, and just all the mighty hunters. When I was a little kid, that's all I wanted to do was be a professional hunter, and never got to Africa to do it, but did it here in America for quite a long time. But yeah, what a neat place. What a neat place. I think it's pretty cool. My thing that and I don't know enough about it, but when you meet like white Africans, they're either really big, like big giant dudes, and they all have mullets and they all have a mustache like Gilster. Or they're like smaller, skinnier, right? But there's only two of them, and it's like, is it like Afrikaans and Boros or something?
No. So basically, the Boer War was the British and the Dutch fought. Basically, the British and the Dutch had control of the territory, and the Dutch became the Boer, the Afrikaner. So the Boer War was basically the fight between the British and the Afrikaner, the Boer. So the big tough ones are the Afrikaner, they're the Dutch, and the skinny ones are probably the Brits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because every professional hunter and every white African, like there's only like 2 categories. And,
yeah.
You know, and the ones are big and they all have mullets.
Yeah.
Right. And then the other ones all have, you know, like buzz cut, military buzz cuts.
And and they speak, and they have their own language. It's Afrikaner. But it's basically a Dutch dialect.
Okay.
So the English-speaking South Africans are the ones that have come. The white English-speaking have come from Britain, and the white Afrikaner have got a kind of Dutch accent and a Dutch language that they speak.
Okay.
So and that was the fight. It was fight over the territory. It was that was the Boer War basically. And the apartheid was the national. That was the Afrikaner National Party that put in place the apartheid.
Okay.
So,
yeah, that was always a very interesting.
We weren't completely like blame free. Zimbabwe was neighboring South Africa, and we control. There was a guy called Cecil Rhodes that was a British colonial that took over Zimbabwe. It was called Rhodesia. He was kicked out in the end, but and that was where Mugabe came into power. But I mean, there's different perspectives on it, obviously, and when it was Rhodes is quite controversial because obviously he's a colonial, taking control of a foreign territory. He did, make it during the time. It did become one of the most fertile, most productive countries in the world. Like the farming was incredible, and it became a very prosperous country. But it was led by a British colonial. Obviously that's not good. So, but obviously when Mugabe took over, like all the farmers went to shit, and all the white farmers like lost their land and were kicked out, and a lot of people left. That's why I said to you, when people flooded America, a lot of it was Rhodesians or white Zimbabweans that fled the country because their farmers were being taken over basically, and it was a free for all. And Zimbabwe now is a wreck of a country. Is huge inflation, and the farms are gone basically, and so they got the country back, and the colonials have gone, but they lost some of the. So that's the different perspectives, I suppose, of colonialism.
Right. Well, right, and it's I mean, it's almost not a, the facts and the figures are there, so it's not too much of a perspective as much as it is. This is what happened, and then afterwards, this is what happened. So
right,
the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with. I mean, it's the same thing. Not the same because it's not as violent, but it's the same thing with like American politics and different stuff. Like people know when they don't have as much money or their money's not as far going as far, and inflation, and you go, well, what's the difference here? This isn't good.
But the whole Africa thing was a bit of like the whole colonial thing in Africa was crazy, really. So, like the Treaty of Versailles, where after the First World War, all the European powers got together, sat around the table, and they basically drew lines through the country and said, right, this is going to be yours. Here's the British bit. There's the French. The Germans can have a little tiny bit. The Italians can have a little tiny bit. That's basically how it was done. And so if you look at the map, there are straight lines, like, created brand new countries that were created with straight lines like dissect rivers or tribes even. So tribes were like, certain tribes were cut in half, and, it was a crazy process, a crazy land grab basically. And the French and the British took most of the territory. Italy had a little bit in the north, like Libya, and so that led to that process of carving that land up, has led to all kinds of problems ever since.
Yeah.
The worst were the Belgians. They took over Congo, and King Leopold of Belgium, he is responsible for more deaths than bloody Stalin. I mean, when the Belgians pulled out, they not only pulled out, they set fire to everything and destroyed all the infrastructure, and they left Congo in an absolute wreck. And Congo's just basically been a civil war ever since. It's been so. Yeah, Africa's a tough. Some crazy stuff's happened on that continent for sure.
An interesting history for sure. Quite.
Bob, you're doing it again. Let's talk about boobs.
You're doing it again,
For
Bob.
God's sake, Bob.
What do you want to talk about now? Look at the time.
It's probably time to go. Bob should be in bed.
Well, Bob, don't let us keep you up now. I'm just.
Bob likes talking to you, Lak.
Man, I like talking to you too, Bob, and you, Rum. You're fun.
Bob likes Lak.
Ah, that's good. Lak likes Bob.
Lak's an interesting fella.
Oh, well, thank you. And I love being educated on. I mean, you know so much about stuff that I am curious about that I don't know about. So
we just know different shit. I don't know a lot. I just know the stuff I know, and the stuff you know, and I don't know your stuff. And
it's good.
No one knows everything. We just know the bits we've been taught, don't we? And the bits you can remember as well. Half of it is remembering.
I know.
If I could retain more of what I've learned over the years from having great teachers,
Yeah, by the time you quit drinking and drugging, then you start getting old and you can't remember.
I know.
You couldn't remember because you were tuned up, and now you can't remember because you go, well, shit, that was 35 years ago. What?
Yeah, all those lessons you had that you were really interested at the time, and you've forgotten about them.
Some of the best learning I ever did was definitely independent, because there was a lot of stuff, at least in this country where I went to school, that was just, there wasn't as a lot of, you would get interested enough, and then that would be the end of it, and then you would go on yourself, and try to go to the libraries and get your Dewey Decimal System in order, and
I definitely had a couple of great teachers. I definitely had a great geography teacher and a great history teacher that made the lessons really interesting.
That's cool.
History. I really enjoyed history. There's some things that are standard on the curriculum over here. So the Industrial Revolution is like one of the tenets that you learn about. The Second World War is another one. But then there's the English Civil War, which a lot of people don't talk about. But we had a civil war here as well. The Royalists and the Parliamentarians. That was a whole thing. The War of the Roses. This is some really interesting history. Yeah.
My family that came here, and gosh, I can't remember now, but it's like 1637.
Yeah.
And that was like right before the cusp of, I think, like the War of the Roses. So and so somebody in my family said, "Shit's about to get fucking real. Let's get out of here."
Yeah,
because it was literally they were in Heptonstall, Yorkshire, and like they promptly got on a boat and landed over here, like in 1637. So they had they knew something, I guess. I mean, that's all I can figure, because it's basically like. And then the war happened. So they
that was around the time of the English Civil War.
Yeah.
Which was basically, it's funny because you talk to some people and people think that the crown and the king or the queen are like in control of shit. And it's like, nah, we fought over that like 400 years ago.
Right.
Like the parliamentarians and the royalists fought about that years ago, So they've never really been in control. They've always been symbolic. But it's funny because I live in an old historic city it's classified as a royal city. So some of the cities here have the word royal in front of them in some literature, like and it's because they would have been loyal to the crown during the English Civil War. So they actually, you'd love it here because there are these fields on the edge of the city where there was a big battle, and they do a battle reenactment every now and again. Where they all dress up and they all get the and there's hundreds of them in the field, and they get really into it, and yeah, this was a royalist city, so they were loyal to the crown here, and fought against the parliamentarians. So, but yeah, you'd love the reenactments over here. They proper get into it, all the weaponry and yeah.
I've seen a few on the tubes, and yeah, it's really everybody's out there with their matchlocks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
cool. Yeah, I like it. And what was the Who was the guy that led the parliamentary?
Yeah. So it was it was Charles the First, I think, was the king. And who was the leader of the parliamentarians? Oh my God. God, now you're stretching. You're stretching.
I know the name, and I just can't remember it because I used to watch quite a bit of stuff on that, as it was very.
I'd have to go back. I can't remember, but there was some significant historical figures that were.
Well, they're always fighting
against
a lot of the
powers
armories.
of the crown.
Yeah, they're in all like the Leeds Armory in different places. They always are showing these extremely exotic weapons that had that guy's stamp on it.
Oh yeah, there was the whole like pikes. There was the pikes and
identification. What's that?
Sorry, I lost your audio for a second. Then I missed what you were saying.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's they're finding a lot of weapons that have been stamped by that. I can't remember that guy's name. Oh, I gotta open the door for the missus.
Yeah. Oh, it's Cromwell. It's Cromwell.
Cromwell. Yes.
Cromwell. It's just yeah, cool.
Hello. How was work? Oh, she went.
Okay.
Not good. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Do I need to go beat somebody up?
You can't. See that mark on my forehead?
Yeah. What happened?
So I was getting a sweater for this lady.
We're live on YouTube, just so you know. Okay, before you say something controversial.
I've been watching it on and off, but I just can't hear y'all.
She's been watching us.
So I was getting this lady a sweater, and we were kind of busy. And there was this older lady, like in her 50s. She was like pretty fit though. And I was like, ma'am, I need to get right here. And she like caught the attitude or whatever. So I stood there waiting for me. I was like, ma'am, I just need to get right here. She's like, well, there's nowhere to move. And I just was like, well, I got to get the sweater for this other lady. Well, she moved. Well, when she moved, she put her hand on me and she shoved me. And the nail that was like, my forehead hit the nail basically.
Did you beat her up?
No. But when I turned around to show the lady the sweater I grabbed for the one lady, the other lady moved just so I thought she was gone because we were busy. So when I walked around to go behind the restaurant, I saw that lady and I said, hey, ma'am. Well, then she knocked these little signs we have by the Christmas ornaments. She knocked them all on the floor. And then she left the freaking gift shop.
So do I need to beat up this person? No, it's like an old woman. I can't beat her up.
No, but I went and got
Are you okay?
Yeah, my head just hurts. I took ibuprofen. A couple minutes and a shot of tequila or vodka.
Put some ice on your.
Put some ice on it.
Yeah.
There's ice in there.
Put some ice on it.
Are you okay though?
Yeah. My head.
Put some ice on it and sit down and take your weight off.
Yeah. We'll discuss this at length in a minute.
Okay.
That's ridiculous. I love you. Yeah. You're the best.
I love you.
Oh.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Hello, special lady.
Whoever messed with her is lucky because she goes to work with a 38 in her purse.
Wow.
So it's all right. She's like, why are you telling the internet? I'm just telling Rum and 5 people in the chat who we all know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always work. She's got a good job and she likes it. But this lady, it is like a Irish pub.
Oh.
So it can properly
get a bit rowdy.
It can get a bit rowdy. But people here aren't that. I mean, they usually just get drunk and kind of rude,
Yeah.
I go down there every once in a while just to make an appearance and drink a case of wine.
Good.
And then most people know. They go, "Oh, don't. That's Lak's wife. Don't
mess.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the
Like
good.
I pick out like the biggest, meanest people who work there, and I tip them good, and I say, "You keep an eye on."
Very good.
You know.
That's the way to do it.
Absolutely, Mr. Sivrak, no problem.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean that's you never tip for the service you're getting when you're there. You're tipping for the service you get when you come back.
Look, you'd be crazy to mess with the war general. Jesus. God damn it.
Or his old lady.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I took her shooting the other day to the local range, and look, you do not want to shoot it out with Mrs. Sivrak because she is bam, bullseye every time. It was I was impressed. I was very impressed.
Very most impressive
to do that. But
right, well, it's probably time to call the stream.
Yeah,
you need to go and look after your lady.
Sorry for the little, but you have to talk to. You know how it is.
No, you got.
And I was fully expecting, "Oh, are you okay?" Because I ask every night, "Are you okay? Do I need to beat anybody up?" She goes, "No, everything was fine." And so y'all were here for like the first time. She was like, "Well, maybe." It's like, I'm ready.
Well, it's time to go and look after Mrs. Sivrak.
Yes, I will do that.
Yep,
It was we'll have to do this more often. We'll have to do like
an evening, an evening with Lak Chat and Salacious.
What was that show where they had the chair?
Yeah, we should
and
have
the
background.
Fire
Yeah. That could be a little thing we do.
Yeah, totally.
I like that. A conversation between. Yeah.
Educated. Okay. Can just span 4 hours and 5 minutes. Goes like nothing.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're a wonderful person, Bob and Rum. I love you both.
We love you too, General, and thanks for having us on.
Yeah, no, thank you for being here. And everybody who's left in the chat, Dylan, Rick, Kat, I'm not sure who's here, probably Dylan for sure. But I appreciate everybody in the chat and all the guests earlier. That was super fun. We'll do it again.
Yeah. Can I say the final words?
You can say anything you want, baby.
Thanks for watching, everyone. And remember to cry God for Harry, England, and St. George.